our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
All right, final segment, basketball tonight, LSU, Arkansas, Kentucky, Vandy in the SEC. Just to show you life in the Big 12, Oklahoma, who Alabama plays this week, on the road at number 11 TCU, 7 o'clock ESPN Plus tonight. Number 5 Kansas State on the road at number 12 Iowa State. And Texas, number 10, playing host to Oklahoma State. Seems like it's always a tough night conference play in the Big 12, doesn't it?
Yeah, it really does.
I mean, Auburn's game at West Virginia is going to be hard this weekend. I mean, it's a challenging game, tough place to play. The record looks bad, but that's a good basketball team Auburn's playing this weekend.
You know, that's what's so amazing about Bill Self, and I think the number was 13 consecutive regular season Big 12 championships. Not going to happen this year.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about TCU, how good they've looked. They're only favored 4.5 over Oklahoma, who's 11-8. To your point there, and look, I know it's college basketball and everything is tight. It seems, but to put that in perspective, LSU is at Arkansas. Arkansas's favored 12.5 in that game. And I don't even know if Arkansas is any good.
Yeah,
and they're favored 12.5.
But I think we do know what LSU is.
Missouri's at Ole Miss. Ole Miss is favored 1.5.
Ole Miss is?
Yes, sir. Look at Dunaway. Dunaway perked up, mybookie.ag, Dunaway.
Well, I mean, is Kobe Brown playing?
I couldn't tell you. Based on that line, the answer seems no.
I'll take Ole Miss right now.
Our friends, Way to Wellness, want to remind you that you can get into shape in 2023. Start by losing a little weight, maybe getting your blood pressure in check, maybe getting your cholesterol numbers in a better place. All that can happen with Leslie and her board-certified team at Way to Wellness. Free consultation and no out-of-pocket money. In fact, there's no contracts and no sign-up fees, and that consultation's free. Go to this website, aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. One of the easiest weight loss plans you will have. It will change the way you eat. You can go take a listen or an interview with Leslie and find out what the plan's about. But there's no cookie cutter plan. Everyone is different, and they have some other things they can offer you there. At Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living, the website is aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. I will take Missouri plus 1.5 tonight for a stake since I'm up 5.
Game's in Oxford, Jim.
Yep, that's what I said.
I know. Just point out.
So I'll take
in Oxford.
What am I getting? 1.5 plus
1.5.
Is that what it is right now, bro?
That's right. Right now, the mybookie.ag spread is Ole Miss minus 1.5.
Lunsford, you're welcome.
So there you go. So I've got Missouri plus the 1.5 tonight against Ole Miss, and that'll end our show here. We'll see how this plays out when we're back live with you at 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. We're going to knock out a couple of mystery fifth hours. We'll drop some later this week for you as you get ready for a weekend. Maybe you're on the road somewhere. Don't forget Sunday's championship week. Dan Orlovsky earlier on the show. You can go find that wherever you get our podcasts, including places like Odyssey, Alexa. You can go get it at Apple Podcasts, Spotify. And thank you to TuneIn Radio and iHeartRadio for joining us today on the show. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Welcome. That's the first time I've ever started with a bird to start the show from behind the glass.
Wow.
Fantastic day ahead on a Wednesday. As we get going now, live show, Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown. We've got Rockstar Forrester and Lunsford. Tyler, the intern, Taylor Corn handling everything social media. We'll get to basketball tonight. Auburn and Alabama both back on the court, number 1 and number 2 in the SEC. Not playing each other, but their final conference game before they go to that SEC Big 12 Challenge. Later in the show, we'll discuss that SEC Big 12 Challenge. Everybody excited for basketball. We'll get to those 2 home games coming up in a moment. But still the afterglow, the cigarette smoking moment of Bill O'Brien leaving Tuscaloosa yesterday, and the search is on for offensive and defensive coordinators in Tuscaloosa. I just wanted to start by making this point. I was looking through Dane Brugler of The Athletic, who Brown has introduced me to as a NFL draft analyst. They're everywhere. We'll talk Mel Kiper later on. He's got his first mock draft out. Our buddy Daniel Jeremiah joins us on the show Friday. We'll talk about him. But Brugler gave us the top 15 prospects at each position, all right? And I want to go back to what we were discussing with our Alabama coordinators yesterday on where Alabama is lacking in talent right now. If I told you Alabama has a top 15 prospect at quarterback, you all would say yes.
100%.
Yes. Top 15 prospect at running back,
Yep,
you'd
no
say,
doubt. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Tight end. Cameron Latu makes the list about midway through of top 15 tight ends.
No, I'm not surprised by that one.
Offensive tackle, yes, they've got one. Edge rusher, of course, they've got one. Defensive tackle, they had one, yes. Right?
Okay.
Linebacker, cornerback, couple of safeties in the top 4. Where you don't find a top 15 prospect at Alabama. Interior offensive line, your guards and center, and Wide receiver.
Yeah. I mean, you could watch the team and tell they didn't have a top 15 prospect at wide receiver. Now, you know, I don't know offensive line play. I don't pretend to. And I can't tell you some guy, you know, blocked. I don't think most people really care about that, honestly. I think what most people care about is not how the blocking is done. Did my quarterback get sacked or were we able to run the football? If that's a yes, I'm going to assume my offensive line's okay. My quarterback didn't get sacked. We were able to run the football pretty much when we wanted to. I don't care if it was a reach block or a scrape block or a cut block or a block. I don't care what the block was. Could I run the ball? Did my quarterback not go down? But I think most people can watch and realize, my receiver play ain't very good because I got a really good quarterback and he's constantly having to – you know, throw it away or whatever because guys aren't open.
Yeah, I think the receiver play was average. I think what happened is the receiver play has been so exceptional for a decade. When you see average, it looks so bad.
There is another team, though, that also does not have a wide receiver top 15 prospect.
It's Georgia.
In Georgia, and they won the national championship.
But they did have Bowers, and they've got a scrappy guy in McConkey.
That's
scrappy.
Right. They have a tight end.
Scrappy?
The scrappy white guy.
The scrappy white can coach on the field. Jim Rat, loves to watch film. Yeah.
So, and again, reading and watching some stuff yesterday and listening to some stuff yesterday around the country, everyone reacting to Bill O'Brien going back to the NFL about how good of an offensive coordinator it is. And then I was listening to our national show, Dusty and Danny, this morning, and Dusty was like, hey, I get the feeling maybe this is going to be one of those situations where Alabama fans think it's a good thing that Bill O'Brien is leaving. But Bill O'Brien is such a well-accomplished offensive coordinator. And I thought for a second, well, there's the difference between national and local, because here local, we know how the Alabama fans feel about Bill O'Brien. But outside of the Alabama fan base, Bill O'Brien's time in Tuscaloosa was seen as a raving success.
Well, because you watch Alabama, and Alabama's winning, 95% of their games. I mean, if I told you that you're going to average 41 points per game this year, Over the last 2 years, you won 24 games. You're a quarter away from winning a national championship. You won an SEC championship. You have a Heisman Trophy winner. And that offensive coordinator for 2 years is out, and the entire fan base is celebrating?
Yeah.
This might be the first time in history that's happened.
Again, it goes back to my opinion of what it takes to be viewed as an elite offensive coordinator for Alabama. Is there's going to be 1 or 2 games a year where you're going to have to be exceptional because the defense is just going to be – they're going to be confused. It was Tennessee this year and LSU this year. And Bill O'Brien – he did okay at Tennessee. Again, I'll point out his offense was bad early and it dug Alabama in a hole. You can't say he did well at LSU. You can't make that argument, right? I mean, I know people love to say, well, every time the offense left the field at the end of the game, they had the lead or retire, or whatever that stat is. Give me the offensive grade for Alabama at LSU this year.
That was Bryce Young's worst game in college.
Yeah. And you can –
I mean, that's my opinion. I mean, he – I don't know if the shoulder was impacting the pass rush. I don't know what was going on. But if you remember that LSU game, he was missing the rare open receivers.
Yeah, that's true. For one time in his life, had an open receiver and he couldn't hit him, right? I watched that game. That game finished just, 32-31 in overtime. Alabama gave up 10 fourth-quarter points. LSU only had 14 points going into the fourth quarter. Alabama gave up 10. Your defense, if you've only given up 14 points going to the fourth quarter, you ought to be in exceptional position to win that game. Alabama was down 14-9 going to that fourth quarter. That's on your offense. You can get on the defense all you want because they couldn't get out LSU off the field on the final possession. They gave up too easy of a touchdown and 2-point conversion in the overtime. That's fine. You can pin all that one on the defense. But if you look at that game in its totality, your offense lost you that football game. So they had what were they? 24 points going to overtime. If I give you Alabama's defense giving up 24 points, how many games do you think they ought to win?
All of them.
Every single one of them.
Yeah, because you can't really recall a time where they averaged under 40 points per game.
So that one's on your offense. Now, did the defense play exceptional? No, they did not. Alabama's defense didn't play well that game. But if your defense at Alabama only gives up 24 regulation points, that ought to be enough to win the football game.
But again, penalties and turnovers were a problem in that game.
They were. And
penalties
plagued Alabama all year.
-1 in turnovers, 9 penalties that game.
Yeah. So the reaction is crazy. Like John says over in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Bill O'Brien was not a good day of game caller of plays. There was no rhythm with his play calling. That was something you heard a lot. And I even think the head guy, Nick Saban, hinted at that or commented to things like that if you were reading between the lines several different times throughout the season. And Nick Saban rarely, if ever, throws a coach under the bus on his staff. But if you read between the lines, sometimes I felt like he was saying the exact same thing that, that sometimes play A and play B were not connecting to what play C was, that sometimes you'd skip to play Z instead of what we should have been running on play C.
I always felt that way with Bill O'Brien, and it's hard to describe it or put a finger on it. But when you watched Lane Kiffin and Steve Sarkisian call plays at Alabama, more Sarkisian than Kiffin, it felt like there was just a flow and a rhythm. It felt like first down, second down built on first down, third down built on second down. You got a new set of downs. Each play built on one. It seemed like you were doing something.
Well, and there was extra bells and whistles, that eye candy that people like. And there was creativity.
Right. And when you watch O'Brien, Lance, it just felt like it was pushing a rock up the hill, even on the good drives.
And I think that's more of the NFL in Bill O'Brien.
I kind of think so, too.
I can believe that.
And Alabama just, under Sarkisian, under Kiffin, even under Dable and Loxley, they were really good with the deep ball. And I just never – and Bryce Young's an accurate passer. Just never felt like they had a good deep ball. But they did with Williams. That's unfair. They didn't this year. Jameson Williams was obviously a very good deep ball receiver.
Yeah.
So he did in his first year, and that's personnel related, right? Jameson Williams is an NFL receiver with world-class speed. You just didn't have that, back to your point, with receivers. You didn't have that at Alabama.
If you have a Jameson Williams this year, Alabama's undefeated. Now, whether they beat Georgia, I have no idea.
But they'd have been in the playoffs.
Yeah, they're undefeated in the regular season.
Yeah. Karen says, but if the receivers are open in that LSU game and they don't execute, or if Jahmyr Gibbs doesn't drop a ball, he's open, and that play call from Bill O'Brien, doesn't some of this fall on the players?
It should, but, I brought this up with Alex Grinch, the defense coordinator for USC, coming out of that Utah Pac-12 championship game. They missed 29 tackles. They were positioned right. They just didn't tackle. And everybody said, well, that's on Alex Grinch because they can't tackle. Well, is it on the offensive coordinator if the receivers can't catch?
It is funny if Jahmyr Gibbs catches that first down ball against Tennessee.
Everything's completely different.
Really does feel that way. I mean, you end up winning that game. I mean, I'm pretty sure Reichard's going to make the kick from wherever Jahmyr Gibbs goes down. You're going to end up winning that game. And even if you lose to LSU,
you're still in Atlanta.
You're still in Atlanta with a shot at the playoffs. It does feel like everything's different on that one play.
Pritchalaw is more like me. He always goes back to the defense. He goes, just double Jalen Hyatt one time in Knoxville. Just one time.
There's
one
zero
time.
excuse. Now, listen, I can make a case for you in Baton Rouge. I can't make a case for you in Tennessee. I'm not going to pin that one on Bill O'Brien. Yeah. Even though your defense did score 7 of the points, I'll point out. But they did dig too deep of a hole. But the reason they dug such a deep hole is Tennessee scored 21 first-quarter points. And that's on your defense.
Yeah, to put a bow on it, I don't know if bringing in the 2 new coordinators are going to be the magic pill that Alabama fans think. A little bit more execution and a little bit more production from that offensive line and receiver position is what is as needed as different guys calling plays and schemes on defense.
Whoever this new offensive coordinator he's going to have as much pressure on him as Zach Arnett as a head coach at Mississippi State.
I agree.
Yeah. In fact, the Athletic writes today 10 biggest openings right now in college football. Number 1 and number 2 are Alabama OC and Alabama DC, and they stack them in that order at the Athletic this morning. One more football note. Forrester, can you bring the picture up? Moody High School yesterday out on the recruiting trail. Only one Auburn commitment right now, and that is from Moody for 2024. This is Jake Gaines, the one-time UAB and Georgia linebacker, who's now the coach over at Moody. Hugh Freeze and Carnell Williams over there paying a visit. Armand Lane. Am I saying that right? Is that Amon? Amon Lane? Am I close? I've said it 3 different ways. What is it, Forrester?
It's Amon.
Amon Lane. 4-star corner for Moody is the only 2024 commitment right now for the Auburn Tigers. They were swinging by there, checking on a couple other SEC-like DBs over for Moody this year, but they're out on the recruiting trail. It's that time of year where the high school coaches get to see the head coaches a lot.
Who are the 411 boys, Scott? Is that a Moody thing?
Yeah, so Moody is on Highway 411.
Oh, so it's the 411 boys.
Yeah.
I like that.
So it's not the information guys.
We're the trash fires.
Hey, it looks like
that would if they change their
can't get rid of us.
to the trash fires.
The old burning landfill, baby.
Hey, in that picture, it looks like my roommate was there. You see the half drank a soda back there in the back? Just left wherever.
Yeah, I'm done with this. Put it right there.
All right, roommate shot in the first segment here. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Way to Wellness. Leslie, her board-certified team over there will help you start getting 2023 moving in a good direction. Whether you want to lower your blood pressure, how many guys out there watching us right now, or ladies in some cases, it's the silent killer, has the blood pressure going in the wrong direction. A lot of that can be your diet there and your weight gain. Get that under control. Cholesterol numbers can be frightening as you age a little bit. Way to Wellness can help you with all those numbers. And, of course, get that scale looking better, losing a little bit of weight. Finally made it under 200 again, guys. I tapped it this morning at 199.2. I shouldn't use tap in the phrase there. I hit 199.2 on the scales, so down 7 pounds here in the last couple of weeks since I'm back on the Way to Wellness plan. You can be there too. Mine's different than anyone else. It's not a cookie cutter plan. I eat my own lunch, my own dinner, have other protein bars and such throughout the day. Find out what your plan looks like. Get a free consultation with my friend Leslie over at Way to Wellness right now. Go to this website, aplanforme.com. aplanforme.com. Just type that in there. Go hook up with Leslie there and find out what Way to Wellness can do for you. And there's no contracts and no sign-up fees. If you don't like it, you're not out of pocket any money at all. Find out the deal. Way to Wellness, the website, aplanforme.com. All right, basketball tonight. In Tuscaloosa, you got to be concerned about any SEC team, right? But Mississippi State coming to play Alabama. Seems to be a little bit of a mismatch tonight. Alabama, as they play host 8 o'clock SEC Network over in Tuscaloosa. Alabama's got 6 Q1 wins. But what scares you about Mississippi State is Alabama's defense is really good. But so too is Mississippi State. They bring a good defensive unit to Tuscaloosa.
Well, we've seen this game, Lance, once this year, and it was in Starkville, and Alabama won this thing going away. It was one of those games. It was Bama's first conference game, 78-67. State kind of made a run, and Alabama distanced themselves at the end. And I think State's only gotten worse from there, and I think Alabama's gotten better.
Well, you go back to the end of December, State's 11-0. They're number 15 nationally. They've lost 7 of their last 8 games. It's not a good basketball team right now. It's just not. Alabama's the 13.5-point favorite. I think Alabama now 7-0, winning these games by an average of 21 points. I think they're trying to make statements. So I don't even think there's I don't assume there's going to be a flat game tonight. I think they come out and they try to curb stomp Mississippi State.
That becomes the question, right? You've got Oklahoma this weekend who got blitzed last night by a really good TCU team in the Big 12 challenge. But it is a road game, and it's out of conference. It'll have national TV, the whole Big 12 SEC challenge. There's something to get fired up for on Saturday. Tonight is one of those where Nate Oates, as he says here, is having to find a way to motivate, to rev up the engines of this really good Alabama basketball team.
With you guys continuing to win games and rise in the rankings, have you have you found yourself having to maybe fight complacency, or is that something that hasn't been an issue with this group?
You know what? I mean, obviously, coaching as long as I have, it's natural that you'd have to fight it when you're having success like we have right now. But I think this group's done a really good job fighting it on their own. You know, we talk about not getting complacent and, you know, how maybe last year's team did after we had some early non-conference wins. But I think this group's pretty mature, and I think the depth, the maturity, the professionalism, the depth of the team, all of it helps. You know, like, guys are mature and understand what we've got at stake. You know, we're playing for a number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament. We're playing for SEC championship. You can't afford to have a letdown. If you want to be playing your best basketball in March, you've got to continue to get better every game.
So, I mean, this is that time of year. We're not even to the halfway point of conference schedule yet. This is the time of year that you sort of have to fight through. In the old baseball world back in the 50s and 60s, they called it the dog days of summer. It's sort of the dog days of the basketball schedule right now.
Here's the benefit for Alabama is the depth. So one guy can be flat and have an off game. Doesn't really matter.
But you're right about that. But I will also say something, I think, in complacency, and I don't know the thinking behind that question. But in complacency, something Nate Oates, I think probably, this is just human nature. Nick Saban talks a lot about this, right, is combating human nature. Human nature tells you, because you're about to get this stretch of games where Alabama's about to play teams for the second time, right? And I'm about to play Mississippi State. I led that game for 15 points most of the second half on their floor.
Yeah. Just roll them out tonight.
I'm about to play Vanderbilt again, what did I beat them by, 22 on their floor?
They're all double digits.
Yeah, I'm about to play LSU, who I beat by 40 on my floor, 50, whatever it was. And I know I'm going to their place. But, I mean, the natural human reaction is like, pfft.
But here's your motivation. Look, we're undefeated in conference.
Oh, I know.
Let's win every one of these games. Let's make sure that nobody has to decide for us whether or not we're a 1 seed. And let's continue to go out and dominate. I mean, I think there's motivation there in itself.
2 of the top 16 defensive teams in the country tonight in Tuscaloosa. Alabama, as LT told you, a very big favorite in that one. From our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag. Brown will tell you about them. We'll jump into the Auburn game tonight. They've got their own motivation, keeping that home court win streak going, but a little tougher game for the Tigers tonight than Alabama has.
Yeah, and all those games available at mybookie.ag. MyBookie.ag college football, the NFL over the weekend, where the mybookie.ag current lines find the Eagles -2.5 and the Bengals still holding at -1.5. The total's pretty close, 46.5 in the NFC Championship game, 47.5 in the AFC Championship game. You can play those games at mybookie.ag. Use code NEXTROUND when you sign up. Any deposit bonus of $50 or more gets you a cash bonus. Any deposit of $50 or more gets you a cash bonus. Now, a lot of places will do that, but what they'll make you do is bet it 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, up to 10 times before it becomes yours. Not mybookie.ag, my friend. You bet it 1 time, and it's yours forever. So get that deposit bonus on any deposit, $50 or more. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie.ag, code next round.
Listen, Chris Stewart, Brian Passing on the call, Crimson Tide Sports Network tonight, 8 o'clock over in Tuscaloosa. Andy and Sonny and everybody on the Auburn Network tonight, Texas A&M and number 15 Auburn, 8 o'clock ESPN2. Here's where we start to find out about Texas A&M. Not in the bracket, not in Lenardi's bracket. They were the second remaining unbeaten team other than Alabama in the SEC, but not getting a lot of respect nationally. They're starting to get into the conversation of being on the bubble. Big game for A&M tonight at Auburn, but Auburn's got that 28-game win streak. They're securely in Lenardi's bracket as a 6 seed right now. They're 15th in the country in the AP poll, and with that win streak, a lot of motivation tonight for Auburn.
I'll use the adjective scrappy again. That's what you get with Texas A&M, and they had won 7 consecutive games until they had a halftime lead on Saturday against Kentucky, blew that lead. Kentucky played really well in the second half. This is such a balanced team. They don't have that dominant go-to guy like a Brandon Miller, but they've got 5 guys that average more than 9 points apiece. Your leading scorer is Wade Taylor. He's only averaging 15 points, so you don't have a dominant guy, but you've just got a lot of guys out there. Buzz Williams can coach. Auburn's only a 4.5-point favorite. This is a scary game.
Yeah, I just looked at the MyBookie point spread and was surprised. It's that low. I had not looked at it yet. That Auburn, to put in perspective, Alabama's 12.5 over Mississippi State. Tennessee's, I think, 16.5 over Georgia. 4.5. I mean, it's a tight number at Neville Arena.
I would have put this number at like 8.5.
Yeah,
I think
so it came way lower than you thought.
Yeah, really low number.
Yeah. So this
is the way Auburn's playing right now.
You would have gone 8.5.
Yeah.
So but you like Auburn a little bit tonight, right now?
I don't know. This is a weird mentality, but you guys know me. It's at 4.5 for a reason.
Right.
It's a weird number.
This is going to be one of those games tonight, I feel like, with the style these two will play this evening, that will make SEC football fans happy. This will be a physical game tonight down at Neville Arena, where Auburn has won 28 straight. Here's Bruce Pearl on that home winning streak and just how much they value that inside the locker room.
Obviously, it speaks to the jungle and the incredible support. It speaks to the sellouts and the Auburn family's commitment and a great environment. But that environment's not going to rebound for us, and it's not going to make shots. And so we're going to have, obviously we'll have to continue to be playing our better and better. But I'm, obviously, proud of what the guys have done and the position that we put ourselves in. We put ourselves in position once again to compete at the highest level.
Yeah. So that game tonight down at Auburn Arena, 8 o'clock, ESPN2, but Auburn Network, if you want to listen into that one.
It felt like Bruce Pearl was addressing a little human nature there as well. We can't just assume because the game's at Neville Arena, we're going to run a team off the court. Now, I know that Auburn does that a lot. They're very good at Neville Arena. But you just can't assume that. Like Alabama can't assume just because you're playing a team you beat by 15 on their floor, you're going to run them out of Coleman Coliseum. So I think both coaches know they got pretty good teams here, and they're trying to address the natural human nature of what we were just talking about there, of how tough it is to play at the Jungle.
Yeah, I think this is one of those that you just want to survive if you're Auburn.
You said they're scrappy. This is about as good an example of team matching coach that we've got in the SEC? Buzz Williams looks like a scrappy guy, doesn't he?
He's got the old gangster vest.
Yeah, he does.
But Auburn's scrappy too. I mean, both these teams play a lot in the paint. Auburn's coming off a game where they scored more than 50% of their points right there in the in the paint.
And with Chris Moore still out with that right shoulder injury, Alan Flanagan is one of those guys to watch. He is the definition of a scrappy guy that is getting better and better, getting back to the form we saw him in 2021.
More on the basketball games tonight in those contests. Samford with a big one on the road at Furman tonight as well, part of the evening slate. We'll talk more basketball coming up. Ron Slade joins us from Auburn as he is on the call tonight, the television version of the Texas A&M Auburn game with our buddy Tom Hart there tonight. Richard Hendricks, I apologize, Krusty. I saw that story yesterday. Brian Passink is on a work leave tonight from the radio broadcast. Former Alabama great Richard Hendricks sitting in with our buddy Chris Stewart on that call this evening. All right, when we come back to the NFL we go. A couple of big stories brewing there away from Bill O'Brien being back there. If you think you're worth $1 billion and you still don't get into bro fights with other men who are worth $1 billion, then I have the National Football League for you. That is coming up. The show is brought to you by the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school, think about Montevallo. Just put them on your radar, because once you go check out Montevallo, you'll fall in love with the place like I did when I was a student, like my daughter did when she was looking at a school. She's in school there now. Find out why you belong at Montevallo. Go to montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Maybe your son or daughter is saying, man, I want to continue playing sports when I get to college. Maybe D2 is the place they need to be. Montevallo is the place they need to be. Check it all out, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel, where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country, just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Back with you on the Next Round. Our friends at Hemp Hill, Adam and Chad. Man, I was talking to the guys yesterday. Just good guys.
They really are.
Down to earth, great people. The folks at Hemp Hill Services. I don't know about you guys. I love doing business with people I like too. People I can trust. People that do things the right way, the good old American way. That's Adam and Chad and the folks at Hemp Hill Services. They fix it right. They fix it the first time. They fix it at a fair price. If you've got a plumbing problem, nothing sucks like having a plumbing problem. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services makes it less sucky. Put that on your T-shirt. Make that less sucky, that plumbing problem with our friends at Hemp Hill. Cooling and heating problems, same way. You know, you wake up, summertime's coming, your cooling problems, you're going to burn up in there without some air conditioning. They get out there quick. They fix it right, and they fix it the first time at a fair price. The name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. That's the name Hemp Hill. Remember them with all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Getting ready for championship weekend coming up. You guys love the NFL, and this we've said it many times in our 13 years together that this may be the best day in the NFL on the calendar, because you get 2 championship games. Oftentimes, this Sunday is better than Super Bowl Sunday.
Yeah, look, I don't, and you know, the divisional are great because you get 2 each game or each day, but there's just something about this full 8-hour day of just great football. And going back to last year, you know, I was isolated. I didn't want to watch it with anybody because, you know, it was Rams 49ers. Before that, it was Bengals Chiefs. Both of those games were field goal games. I mean, they were outstanding games with a ton of drama. And when you start to look at what Vegas has got these numbers right now, Philly 2.5 and Cincinnati 1.5, you expect the same thing.
Yeah, I feel like, and people argue with me, I think the best event in sports is the NFL playoffs. And a lot of people say, oh, it's NCAA basketball tournament. And I think a lot of people get sucked into those first 2 days of the NCAA basketball tournament. But in my opinion, it gets progressively worse as it goes.
As the NFL playoffs progressively get
better. And I think just overall, in my opinion, NFL postseason better than any postseason out there. Now, this year's, this past weekend, we had a few too many blowouts for my taste. But this sets up to be a tremendous Sunday for the AFC and NFC Championship weekend. And I agree with you, Dunaway. I often find myself enjoying this day much more than I do Super Bowl Sunday.
Because of my boards.
But the Super Bowl has gotten better in recent years. I mean, most of my childhood, the Super Bowl was just blowouts. But the Cowboys, I think, were the last teams that really stacked some blowouts after blowouts in the Super Bowl, and we've had some really good Super Bowls here lately. But this is a exciting weekend coming up. It's a very important day in Kansas City because this is their first practice back. And if I am familiar with NFL rules, there will be an open period that the NFL is mandated to have for the media today. So we will get possibly our first look at how mobile, if at all, is Patrick Mahomes.
And the first injury report. I mean, they have to do an official injury report on whether he was limited in practice, he did not practice, what the reason is.
And there are major penalties if you lie in those things. So there's no lying.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get a straight-up injury report on Patrick Mahomes, and we'll talk with Fuhrman later, because I'll be interested, Lance, to see what happens out in the desert when that injury report hits and when, like Dunaway pointed out, you got eyeballs on Patrick Mahomes.
I assume he's going to be listed as questionable with
I would
a
think
high
so.
ankle sprain.
And probably limited in practice. Would you think that's what you would guess, limited and questionable?
I don't even know if he's going to practice.
All right, so he could be out of practice.
He could be out of practice.
Yeah, Tony Romo, using his past experience, now I think we all believe Patrick Mahomes will heal faster than Tony Romo did back in his day. But
he's got better blood.
They are all humans, though Mahomes looks inhuman at times with some of his creativity. But he said he had experienced an injury a lot like that and was on crutches on Wednesday. Finished the game with the adrenaline and the shot you get in the locker room and all that. But by the time you had through playing, rested, woke up the next day, could not walk on. It was on crutches as late as Wednesday, last time he had an injury.
And
like
I'm
that.
absolutely not concerned with a missed practice. Look, this is Patrick Mahomes we're talking about. This is their, 18th, 19th game they're about to play. He's familiar with Cincinnati. So, that's not an issue, just the missed practice time. It's all about the health of the ankle and what percentage it is. And, at what percentage do you go to Chad Henne? And, I think if Chad Henne starts, and you saw this with the Dolphins with Skylar Thompson, you got a decision to make it the backup. I don't even know who their third team is, but do you keep Mahomes active?
Well, you have to.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it's so bad you wouldn't make him active, but could you see a situation where he's active but Henne starts? Could you foresee that?
And I could see that, yeah.
Yeah, so Henne starts, and if it gets really bad, you just give Mahomes a go and see what happens?
Yeah, I think Andy Reid and Kansas City probably know right now whether or not he's going to be able to give this thing a go.
Now, I personally believe he starts and plays.
I do too.
I think you'll see him.
I think he is going to be limited, though. And you start to look at Cincinnati and how they attack now defensively. This defense has gotten better and better. And you look at their edge rushers. You look at Hendrickson. You look at Sam Hubbard, DJ Reader in the middle there. That defensive line is formidable. They're really good.
But that is the coaching aspect of this is when you have Patrick Mahomes who can play, but you've got to judge to a guy you really don't want to play in Henne. At what point is healthy Henne better than injured Mahomes? And that's usually a line that is a very uncomfortable line to choose for most coaches. But hats off to Andy Reid. He did it at a very important part of the game on Sunday.
Oh, they were pinned down.
And they came back on Saturday. When was that? Saturday?
It was Saturday. Yeah.
And that was a big moment, and Henne came in and delivered where he had not done anything all year. It was a great coaching moment by Andy Reid.
And what was the first play he called? I mean, they're pinned down.
Yep.
And what's he do? He comes out and he lets them throw the football.
That's right.
I mean,
that was really there were a couple of major plays, but that 98-yard drive from Henne.
Yeah. First possession
was really amazing. It was really embarrassing too, and there was a dropped interception on that possession too. But to allow the backup to come in and go 98 yards on you, that was a bad look. Mahomes, though, watching him, wasn't mobile at all. So I thought that was really a ballsy call too.
Yep.
I probably would have left Henne in, but Henne probably doesn't win the game. Your third-string quarterback, Shane Buechele.
Oh, I'd feel real good about him.
Out of SMU.
Is he taking a snap at the NFL?
I don't think. Let's see.
Now do Brock Purdy for me.
That's a great point, Jim. He's in the NFC Championship.
He's never taken a snap in the NFL.
Yeah. So you keep Mahomes. I mean, Mahomes on one leg. Like if they had to amputate this week,
it felt like that's what they were doing.
I know. I'd take him over Shane Buechele at that point.
We'll talk more about the NFL games this weekend coming up in a second. But one of our Cowan Equipment poll questions we'll throw out for you here is the best postseason that you enjoy. Brown says it's the NFL playoffs. Some of you say it's the NCAA basketball tournament. Some of you say it's the NHL.
Lunsford was making an argument for that, yeah.
And so we'll throw out other, too. So, Taylor, best sports postseason, NFL playoffs, NCAA basketball tournament, NHL playoffs, or other. It's brought to you by our great friends at Cowan Equipment.
If this was based on how long you get to live, you'd go NBA playoffs, right?
They do seem to last forever. They go from April to June.
You know, I'm our mutual friend, Abby Chen, who's the sideline for the Celtics, and you know she used to work here in Birmingham, so I follow her on Instagram, and it seems like their regular season, you know, she is posting from a site every other day. It seems like they play every other day in the NBA. That season's so long.
Yeah, that's why it seems that way.
And then you get in the playoffs, and it's even longer in the playoffs. It just that NBA season seems to be a grind.
It is. Cowan Equipment, proud to partner with the Next Round here on our venture. Would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us. Go to Cowan.com. Find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. Again, Cowan.com.
I think Major League Baseball has probably improved theirs more than anybody in my lifetime, because when I was a kid, we were still in the 2 division straight to the NLCS. NALCS.
No way.
No, I think we were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Jim. They didn't.
No.
No.
When you were a kid.
Yeah, when I was a kid.
Yeah, when he was a kid. Yeah, absolutely.
You only had the 2 divisions, and you won your division. You went straight to the league championship series.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, I remember the Dodgers won like 99 games, and the Giants beat them by a game, winning 100.
Missed the playoffs, yeah.
Yeah, and you missed the playoffs, and you played such a grind of a great year.
Yeah.
And, baseball has...
I think baseball's improved it. That's my point. They've improved it more than anybody by adding more series.
But I don't know a postseason that's bad, really.
Yeah, I'll take any of them, really.
Oh, everybody's postseason is better than the regular season, except for college football.
I think college football is the one that gets the most wrong.
Football, though, is about to maybe be the best once we go to playoffs.
I agree. I'm interested. I say now,
We'll see.
Major League Baseball's improved it more than any sport. College football has a chance to pass Major League Baseball if they get this 12th thing right.
Lunsford over in our Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says the TNR Madden League postseason. Wait till you see that. Unfortunately, the three of us likely will not see it.
I haven't won a game.
I'll be watching it. Yes.
I love how we hype up this Madden League. Nobody talks about our fantasy, though.
Yeah.
Which I completely dominated.
I thought we said day one of our fantasy football. Nobody wants to hear us talk about our fantasy football.
Well, you don't.
They want to hear us talk about our Madden?
Well, nobody's talking. We just want you to go to subscribe on our gaming channel.
You got to watch it.
Where at some point I'm going to start doing Jim's Lock over there.
Oh, do that.
Because I mean, another winner last night
Lunsford
for
sets
me.
the point spread.
Missouri.
We got a
do
big game between Lance and I. Like the best of the best is today. So I don't know how good this game.
What's
is.
Lunsford's
Yep.
What's Lunsford's line? He beat me.
So right after the show today, it's Rockstar and LT on our gaming channel.
I would,
Lions Rams.
although I haven't won, I would list me as the favorite.
I would list Lance as a 2.5-point favorite.
That sounds
All right.
about
So
right.
what's your lock?
After playing the last 2 games I have played have been against each of you. I would put Lance at a 7.5-point favorite.
Oh, so your lock has to be Lance then. He's
Well, I was
only
up 7-0
laying
on
2.5.
Dunaway, and then everything fell apart. He ends up winning 21-7. But Cooper Kupp has a first down, and I hit the wrong button. Lunsford, you see me do this, and he throws it over his shoulder.
It's because when he finally completes a pass, it's panic mode. It's like in a fighting game.
just
where you
starts
mash
hitting all
the
the
buttons.
So many damn buttons. There's too many buttons. In the old console, you had like 2 or 3 buttons.
Cooper Kupp launches the ball 50 yards backwards.
So you can go watch that on our gaming channel today. Remember, like and subscribe over there on our YouTube channel, and we'll have some fun. At some point this week, I'll finish my rotation through the first half of my schedule with Forrester. I look forward to that beatdown that I'll get from the guy that I give a hard time in the back row all the time, and he will take it out on me in that game.
He has no mercy. I'll go ahead and warn you. Yeah. I've been on the other end of that.
No, the worst is Lunsford or
Tyler
Tyler. calling
freaking
timeouts,
goes,
kicking onside kicks.
Yeah, Tyler goes
going
for 2, kicks it onside.
He high steps it. When
Yeah, he does.
Tyler's not an
such a
employee.
turd.
I throw my controller at Tyler. he has no
You know how
leg to
many
stand
brawls
on.
there would be against their teams in real life?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I find myself trying to hit people out of bounds.
I do too. It is
I do too.
frustrating. I think
I'm
it
just
ought to
gonna
be an
take the
option.
15,
If
yeah.
I were going to change Madden, I would let me hit somebody out of bounds. I'll take the penalty.
Like if I just blow out Tyler's left knee, Alvin Kamara's left knee,
that's
should
part of the
that
game.
should be part of the game.
Part of the game.
I would run a student body right, and I would take out the head coach.
Yeah.
Just go on and do a Sean Payton and blow his knee. Do you remember in 92 Madden, they used to roll the ambulance out?
They did.
When you crushed somebody.
The NFL saw that and said,
Yeah.
let's take that part out of the game. Okay, so NFL owners are billionaires, right?
Yep. I think all of them are, aren't they?
Interesting.
Yeah, every one of them is.
Yeah.
Interesting dynamic going on because the Washington Commanders are now for sale. Daniel Snyder, they've had multiple $7 billion bids for that franchise.
That's incredible.
The best is Jeff Bezos, but Daniel Snyder is that's who the fans want. The NFL, I believe, wants Bezos to own that team. Daniel Snyder has been reluctant to sell it to him, according to reports. You know why? Because Jeff Bezos also owns the Washington Post, who has been killing Daniel Snyder for years over his sexual allegations inside the Washington franchise. So Daniel's been like, I don't care how much money you keep offering me, I'm not selling to you because your paper were writing all this crap about me.
Yeah, I've always said everybody's got a price, but when you've got that much money, you don't have to have a price.
Well, yeah, because there's somebody else that'll pay close to or what Bezos is willing to pay.
And you're not going to be able to spend it anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, your great-grandchildren might, be affected a little bit. They might not have 3 homes.
So making everyone at the Washington Post feel fantastic here. Jeff Bezos, according to reports, now has told the NFL and Daniel Snyder, to the NFL because those two aren't talking, I am willing to sell the Washington Post if he will sell the franchise to me.
Well,
so, which, by the way, if you work at the Washington Post, I'm sure makes you feel fantastic.
Well, I'm sure
today.
it does. But if you're realistic and work at the Washington Post, you're like, an NFL franchise is a license to start a money printing press, and owning a newspaper is probably about the worst investment you can have right now.
I was watching a show called Slow
Right,
Horses.
but you feel better about your job if Bezos is in charge of your company.
I would think
than
so,
if
yeah.
he sells your company to someone else
Yeah.
who's going to come in and
Yeah.
start selling ink cartridges and everything else inside your office.
I had a weird thought last night when I was watching this show, Slow Horses on Apple, which, by the way, Gary Oldman, good so far. But somebody did a proof. No, they did a proof of life with the
Right?
paper.
Yeah.
When we don't have papers, how are you going to do proof of life
It's
anymore?
going to be tricky right there.
Did it from a computer screen with the date.
Like if they said, all right, I'm going to need a Birmingham News proof of life, you're like, well, I got some bad news for you.
Yeah.
I can tell you I was alive on December 31st,
But can't you manipulate?
you can.
You
Yeah.
can, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, proof of life is going to go.
It's going to be tough.
It's going to go the way of the newspaper.
Paper too. You remember our little segment called Headlines?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
that's true.
No,
yeah.
I guess what you could do is you could get in front of a
TV with a sporting event
Yeah,
on.
you would have to.
It's got to be a sporting event on television. That's the only way. It's got to be something that's live, because live sports is on right now. Like, you couldn't do like an episode of The Bachelor because they're on all the time.
I never want to be involved in Proof of Life. The only time I was when you guys sent me to.
I think you and I agree on that.
No, when you guys sent me to Amish country, remember, like where people would believe that I was there.
You had to do
day
Proof
of.
of Life, yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't people. We wanted to find out if you were there.
We were the people. You were there.
Yeah. All right. So a little NFL bro fight going on between Bezos and Daniel Snyder there. Well, when we come back, some of the more interesting cars in college sports history. There was a car stolen in college athletics. First of all, I'll get your take on that car, and then we'll look at some of the great ones from years gone by and rank that one among the greats in college football history. All that coming up on the show that's being brought to you in part today by our friends at Ghost Energy Drink. We're from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino, but if you're looking for a little energy, maybe to go out to the Birmingham Racecourse and Casino, or maybe just to get through a workday, our friends at Ghost Energy, perfect, zero sugar, all the ingredients on the label. Ghost is known as a brand, that iconic logo there in weight training, that logo right there. Helping you get your life in order. And they've got an energy drink now, the Ghost Energy Drink. Try it wherever you buy your energy drink. You will not go back. Wonderful flavors with our friends at Ghost.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour is brought to you by Culver's. Cake cone, waffle cone, or dish, you can't go wrong with the flavor of the day. Join My Culver's at culvers.com to receive a flavor of the day forecast delivered right to your inbox. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
We'll have some fun with cars and automobiles here in just a second in college sports. Rake up some echoes. But one developing story from Tennessee after yesterday, Josh Heupel getting a massive contract. Today, Tennessee has locked down their athletic director. Danny White has a new rolling 6-year contract. Now, this is athletic director, is what he'll be making as the AD there in Knoxville. A rolling 6-year contract.
What do you guys estimate? Well, I guess we know it. It's fact, or it's public. What does an average SEC athletic program make a year?
I don't know and people will scoff at those numbers, and it's a little bit like, and follow this comparison, it's a little bit like how people a preacher, a pastor shouldn't make that kind of money, right?
Right.
Whatever he makes.
That's right.
Or she. And I always clap back with the pastor, you don't want to think of it this way, but it's kind of he or she, they're overseeing, say 40 employees, and a church, say you got 5,000 members. I was like,
yep.
What would a CEO make in that situation? And I would say the same thing about an athletics director. He's probably Lance handling 100 at Tennessee, $150 million budget?
It seems like a pain in the ass job.
I think it's more than that.
You
probably.
think their budget's more than $150 million?
I don't know. I know this, though. You're looking at the highest paid AD now in the Southeastern Conference is at Tennessee.
For a minute. Don't think everybody else ain't catching up.
Yeah.
So a good day to be Cohen and Byrne at Alabama and Auburn, right?
No doubt.
Or Auburn and Alabama in that order. Gutter Cap will help you cap your gutters. No cap on salaries in college athletics these days. It is booming in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yeah, one thing you don't want to do is get that dangerous ladder out. You get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. My good friend Chris Stewart, he's got a 2023 deal for you right now. Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping that debris out. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Call now, 205-823-2212, or for more information, guttercapbirmingham.com.
We talk Auburn basketball and SEC basketball with Ron Slay. He's on the Auburn game tonight. Texas A&M and Auburn, 8 o'clock on ESPN2. Mississippi State and number 2 Alabama, 8 o'clock SEC Network tonight. All that with Ron Slay at the top of the hour. The most infamous or famous automobile in college athletic history is?
It's got to be Eric Dickerson's Trans Am.
Yeah, I would say so.
Picture of Eric Dickerson's Trans Am back in the day. Rumored to be paid for by Texas A&M, but he still took it to SMU.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, that
typical A&M.
That car right there, yeah, absolutely. That car right there played a part in shutting down a college football program. I mean, just
that car.
Yeah, I mean, just take that in for a minute.
Yeah, and when height of popularity was Burt Reynolds behind the wheel in a black one. Eric Dickerson said, nope, I want a gold one.
That's right.
I want a gold one. One of the more talked about ones in SEC history and around these parts was Dre Kirkpatrick's Charger from his days at Alabama. 21 Dre.
Can you see Saban back before NIL? He sees that damn thing roll up, and he's just like,
Dre,
do anything to please take attention away from it. Don't put damn racing stripes with your number on the front. Personalized tag and your name on the side.
And drive 80.
Which of you two were with me on I-20 coming back from an SEC championship game?
I think it was
it
Dunaway.
you, Dunaway?
Yeah.
And it was I think the 2010 that Auburn played in. Dre must have been at the game, blew our doors off on 20 in that thing.
Yeah, flew by. Another one that became famous because of the television coverage, Landon Dickerson's truck with the railroad cross tie as a bumper on the front. One of the great ones there.
Fantastic. Like, I need a bumper. I'll just use a railroad tie.
Yeah, normally I can get a little feisty in traffic, but somebody like that cuts me off. I'm just going to let it go.
That's right. I will let Landon pass. Yep.
And then, of course, we're in the NIL world now. Bijan Robinson's, he had to deal with the Lamborghini, so that's his Lambo that he drove last year. Times have changed a little bit in college athletics, but there's been a car stolen from Michigan. Blake Corum had this camouflaged Camaro.
Now, that is a low-key car, isn't it, Rocky?
Yeah. Can't even see it.
Can't see. I have to look it up.
It's a camouflage Camaro, and of course the reports were Blake Corum's NIL-funded Camaro stolen, and he, went back and said, "Listen, it wasn't NIL funded. My parents used their hard-earned money to bless me with something nice after I graduated high school. God bless whoever stole it."
Well, God bless whoever stole it, because they ain't going to be able to get away with it unless they took it straight to a chop shop.
Yes.
That's going to be the easiest car ever. You don't need the license plate.
Yeah, I might be able to steal a red Camry and blend in.
Right.
I ain't going to be able to steal a camo Camaro and blend in.
He said says it's not stolen. He just can't find it because it's camouflage.
I know I parked this somewhere already.
Yeah.
I respect, as you can see, I'm wearing the urban camo pattern today in my vest here. I like the urban camo look. I don't know if you guys like that or not.
Yeah, I like the camo look.
Yeah, urban camo. You like the urban camo?
Yeah, I like a lot
You like
of
all
different-
camos?
yeah.
You're a camo appreciator?
Yeah.
A camo.
I don't know that I'm going to go urban camo in my car, though. Like, there's a car that parks in our parking lot. Have y'all ever seen it? It's a 4Runner, and it looks like a bowling ball. It's like some sort of metallic wrap on it. Have you guys seen that car? It's like
No.
green. Is anybody? Tyler's shaking his head. He's seen
I
it.
hadn't seen it.
I haven't seen
Tyler's car.
I knocked out to the Happy Ending Catering Company yesterday.
Yeah, Jim saw that.
Y'all serious? I'm not hungry. But
it was nice slogan, man. Happy Ending Catering Company. Walked out and it's like everybody leaves happy is what I think the catch line is. They were rolling in some great smelling food.
It's a bold statement.
It really is.
It is. And before we get to the top of the hour and back to basketball, Forrester has one more from the NBA, one more vehicle today. Yeah, give me Forrester's microphone back there. Forrester, tell me what we're about to look at here.
We're going to look at Luka Doncic's ride, which is a sight to behold.
Yeah.
Is it a Jeep Gladiator? Is that what it's called?
My
A Jeep?
nephew was telling me about this the other day.
Yeah, take a look at this is Luka's ride here.
Oh, my gosh.
Hellfire Apocalypse 6x6, $200,000, the Jeep Gladiator there.
Well, he can afford it.
I mean, but if you wonder how pro athletes go broke,
Yeah.
Luka ain't going broke.
That might be your
so
MVP
stupid.
right now. Hey,
That's what, Rockstar?
stupid.
well, how tough would it be to parallel park?
I mean, my God.
$200,000, and I assume that is not counting the wheels and rims on that thing. And look at that. Night vision cameras are on it.
You can't, I mean, you got to have
if
that.
you took that
5-blast train horn.
Yeah.
And a nitrous kit. What's a
'cause
nitrous kit?
That
makes
makes
it
you
go
go
faster.
fast. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, like
fantastic.
Fast and Furious. Yeah, you want to go fast in that. That's a good way to die.
Yeah, I
and a
know.
Jeep.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive, what do you think they would charge for those tires?
I think they see Luka coming.
Oh, you'll get the best deal there at all
Well, I
four
know
of the
you
Well,
get-
locations.
you will, but
But, boy, I bet those tires are expensive.
I think Luka probably is not worried about their quote. I think Luka probably just parks it and says, let me know when I can come pick it
yeah,
up.
he's going to be a $45 to $50 million a year guy.
Yeah. Night vision cameras on that thing, man.
That's what you need.
Oh, you got to have that in Dallas.
You got to have 2 extra wheels, too. You have to.
I mean, I can understand if he was in Chicago, New Orleans.
Night vision. I might want an arm, too.
You might want to.
Have the gunner turn it himself.
All right, when we come back, basketball with Ron Slay right here on the show. That's called The Next Round. TNR, give us a thumbs up and like wherever you're watching us today.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store. Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
It is the Season of Speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the Season of Speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We watch the Alabama coordinator search moving forward, but it's basketball time in Alabama again. Mississippi State, number 2 Alabama tonight, 8 o'clock on the SEC Network. Same time at Neville Arena, where Auburn has won 28 straight, a nation's best home win streak right now. Texas A&M, number 15 Auburn, 8 o'clock on ESPN2. Our next guest, part of that broadcast tonight with the one and only Tom Hart.
Yeah, the great Ron Slay. We're going to talk to him in about 15 seconds after I tell you that right now Nichols Outfitters is stocked up for deer season. 50% off all deer hunting accessories, deer call scents, attractants, now through the end of February at Nichols Outfitters. 50% off deer hunting accessories. I-65, exit 242 in Pelham. Nichols Outfitters knows the outdoors. The great Ron Slay is with us, former Tennessee Vol. He is now part of the 104.5, the 3-hour lunch there in Nashville. You'll see him on the SEC Network tonight for the Auburn game. He is with us now on the road to Auburn. What's up, Ron? How are you?
Man, how you fellas doing, man?
Doing awesome. A little different road trip for you. You were debating last night. The Storm said, no, we ain't going to let you come to Auburn last night. So you're on your way today. You fired up for the game, though, right?
Hey, man, no question, man. I'm a tough cookie, dog. And I was thinking about, like, let's fight through this storm, man. You know, Dorothy could do it. In the Wizard of Oz, I know I can do it trying to get out to the plains, man. But I decided I'm gonna sit back and just leave early in the morning.
So after Gonzaga loses at home a couple of weeks ago, Auburn now, as you know, has the nation's longest home winning streak at 29. Going back to your playing days, how different is the Auburn arena from when you played to where it is right now?
Man, so this actually will be my first time experiencing the jungle, man, and I'm all for it. I can't wait. I'm tired of seeing it on TV. I know firsthand how Bruce Pearl likes to coach. I know the atmosphere he likes to have. Also, I know a lot of guys on his staff, and you can see it jumps out. It jumps out at you on the screen, man. So I remember walking in during my playing days, and dude, I was like, oh yeah. We're going to have a field day in here because ain't nobody here. Nobody's going to be here, dog. So, and they really had a good team, man. They had Marquise Daniels, Kyle Davis, man, Jamison Brewer. They had some good guys on their team, man, coming off the heels of them winning the SEC championship in 99. So I was shocked, man, to actually see it that way. But it's good to have it back like this. The SEC needs it, man. Auburn needs it. Something to rival what they got going on in football.
Yeah, I'm interested on your thoughts on Texas A&M as you prepare for this game. Is Texas A&M a legit contender here in the SEC with their record, or has that been a little overplayed because of their schedule early on? How good is Texas A&M in your opinion?
I think that's what remains to be seen. I think it's all a test, and I think it's a moment they get every single game to go out and show that we do hold the best record, and we should be considered one of the upper echelon teams in the SEC. But when you have teams like Auburn that are used to being there, you know, Texas A&M got hot last year going into the tournament. Lot felt they should have went to the NCAA tournament. I felt they should have, but then they went on a run in NIT, got all the way to the finals and lost. Brought back a lot of the same guys, man. So they are all well tested, man, and they know Buzz Williams is a great X's and O's coach. So to answer your question, honestly, I don't know, but I think it's a lot had to do with the way their schedule was. You know, a little bit to like it was last year. They started out the same exact way, went against Kentucky, lost, and kind of went downhill. So in order to change that, they have an opportunity to do that right now, and we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens. I think it's a difficult place walking into the jungle, man. But they do have Wade Taylor who can go. They got two bigs down low, and Coleman and Marble that can really make the game ugly. You know, you saw what they did against Sheboy up at Kentucky and Rupp, and they probably should have got away with that game. Got some guys on the wings that can fill it up and be athletic and defend. So it's interesting. They got everything right there in front of them, man. They just got to be able to take their crowd out of it. If they don't take their crowd out of it, it's going to be ugly.
Hey, you played the 4, and Janai Broome, you know, transferring into this conference, he is starting to get really, really comfortable. What are you seeing from the big man right now?
Love him. I think he's a guy that you kind of, if he didn't come in with you, if he would have came in with this class, they would have known what he brings to the game. Kind of like a quiet type, but can do so many different things from the top of the key, the high post, low post, screening, getting a short pass in the pocket, in a little pocket pass, and being able to deliver balls to guys outside, spotted up to shoot. And he can score and find many, many ways to get his shot off. Sneaky athletic, man. But you don't really realize, you look at him and say, man, can he really move like that at 6'9", 6'10"? But then you get out there with him, and he's sprinting the floor, going up there and catching lobs. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. This is different. So I've been able to watch him in the OVC, man, and he's a walking double-double. I was just waiting on the time to get for his teammates to get used to him. Because he doesn't seem like that outspoken guy, that rah-rah guy, that give me the ball guy. But he is a guy willing to take that shot and willing to take that step if you allow him to do that. And I think they're all realizing that, man, this guy can be a real weapon, you know, especially at the 5 spot, being able to step out, face up, and go down low and play with his back to the basket. I love Janai Broome's game. I love his game, man, and I think Auburn does too now.
I'm interested because you know so well what Bruce Pearl likes and dislikes. What do you think is one thing he likes about this Auburn team, and what do you think is one thing about this Auburn team that's still getting his blood pressure up a bit?
One thing he likes about this Auburn team is probably not getting all the fanfare that the previous Auburn teams got. Them flying under the radar, having to go out and prove it night in and night out. I'm sure he's used plenty of times in the film room. Man, they're just disrespecting you. Nobody's talking about you. You know, you're going out winning every game. You got to go ahead and show them every night. You know how Bruce gets to screaming. It's like a quiet scream, you know, sometimes when he talks. So I think that's one thing. One thing that's driving him crazy, though, is the turnovers. His guards, he lets them play at an erratic pace. And if they don't have the opportunity to shoot, don't turn the ball over. They don't need any live ball turnovers. You want to be able to get back and set your defense up, but you want them to play with reckless abandon. So I think the turnovers, if they can cut down on that, kind of resemble what they did against South Carolina and have a whole lot of assists, 20 assists, at double-digit assists for Wendell Green, 5 spots for K.D. Johnson to get in there, Flanagan getting back healthy and getting his feet under him, looking like that sophomore Flanagan that we know we came to know and love. He get back to doing that, man, he can have something special on his hands again.
The Ron Slay on Twitter, at The Ron Slay is where you follow the former Tennessee great team on the SEC Network tonight for this Auburn-Texas A&M game. I went old school, called it 3-hour lunch. Of course, it's just 3HL now, the afternoon show there in Nashville. Ron is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. We're about to see the round robin, Tennessee, Alabama, Auburn. And I don't mean to dismiss Texas A&M from that, Ron, but Tennessee, Alabama, and Auburn, to really see where all these teams stack up among one another. Obviously, we follow Alabama very closely here. When you watch the Crimson Tide, they look very, very good. A lot of people think they're the best team in the country. What gives them trouble down the stretch? And what kind of team gives Alabama trouble down the stretch?
The team that gives Alabama down the stretch will probably the team with Alabama. They have to give themselves trouble, man. They are that good from top to bottom. You got guys coming off the bench, and then you got that one piece in Brandon Miller that a lot of people don't have. You know what I'm saying? When you get to a point where you want to get over the hump, you're playing a really great team game. You saw it in the Arkansas game. Devo Davis is a great defender. That game was neck and neck throughout the game, and all it took was 2 possessions for Devo Davis to be late getting off the screen, chasing him, or to not get a hand up. And Brandon, it was a 9-0 run followed by 2 threes by Brandon Miller, and it blew the game open, and they kind of finished it. So I think that's one thing, man, and you got to be able to match their length. Their length on each end of the floor, offensively and defensively, is a problem. I do think I'm always worried at some point, and this is a testament to Brandon Miller, his teammates sometimes get jealous because you got to remember these are young kids that we're dealing with, young student athletes we're dealing with, and all the praise and the highlights that are on them. You got guys just as talented in Clowney, in Sears, Quinterly has been there before. So you got guys that are really able to shoulder that load and go out there and score and kind of get that same spotlight, but it just comes so natural to Brandon Miller, and he shuns it a lot to bring his teammates along with him. So kudos to him for that. That would be the only thing, man. If it was a little bit of jealousy, they crept in, but I think Nate Oates has done a terrific job with it. Brandon Miller has done a terrific job of handling it. I can't wait to see what happens, man. I do think they're the best team in the nation.
So you played a decade overseas, and you played a lot of different places, man, from Turkey to Israel, Venezuela, Italy, Spain, Puerto Rico. Craziest thing you saw in a professional basketball game overseas, and if you had to live one place overseas, where would it be?
Craziest thing I've seen over there. Probably my first year out, I was in Istanbul, Turkey, playing for Galatasaray. And we were playing the rivals, Fenerbahce, which is, they stay on the Asian side of Istanbul. They had a player, Bernard King. I don't know if you guys remember Bernard King Jr., who played at Texas A&M. So me and him were cool. And we're on rival teams. We go to the gym. We share the gym. This is how crazy it is. We share the gym, but it's a home game for us. So our fans get there, their fans get there. They're split across the arena. It's getting live, so the jump ball goes up. One of our guys go down and shoot a layup. They foul them real hard. Man, the fans go bananas. They start shooting flares. They start going to the bathroom, taking the commode, the entire commode now, not the toilet seat, the commode, the whole commode, launching it on the floor, throwing coins, and this was the wildest thing. So me and B King, we standing at half court back to back like, dude, this a rivalry, but we ain't got nothing to do with this. We're Americans. We don't look out for each other. So it's coins on the court. So automatically your instinct is like, man, pick this up and get this off the court. So we were about to reach down and pick it up. When the players came over there and stopped us, man, they were lighting the coins and then throwing them on the floor. So if you pick it up, you burn your hand.
Oh, wow.
So you can see it like leaving burn marks on the court. We're like, hey, dog, what is this? So we ended up, it was like a 20, 30-minute delay, man. They had to clear the court, clear the fans out. Then we came to the game with no fans. So that was my first overseas experience, and it was a wild one, man. It was a wild one.
That is
the place I would go though to finish up, Italy, man. I did 8 years in Italy. It was phenomenal. The food, the family atmosphere. Now I think that's the closest thing you get to us being from the South. It's the closest thing you get to Southern hospitality. Being in Italy, man. The family-like atmosphere. I still have 3 families over there that I'm still in touch with. And they just embrace you, man. It's no love like Italian love. I'll tell you that.
Tom Hart will find you a good place to eat before the game tonight, though. I promise you, down in Auburn, Alabama.
I sure hope he does. He come from Arkansas. If he got out of the snowstorm last night that they had going on.
All right, he is the great Ron Slee. You'll see him tonight, Auburn and Texas A&M from Neville Arena down Auburn on the SEC Network. Ron, thank you so much for the time, man. Great stuff.
Man, appreciate you guys, man. I love that setup too, man. I need to get in studio with you guys, man.
Hey, man, come on. Can you see the beer tap over there? We got beer tap.
Yeah, if you like cold beer, we got plenty of it.
We got a keg over here.
That's what I'm talking about. don't even need no cup. I just stick my mouth up under there.
Don't bring that Istanbul stuff in here with us now, man. Come on.
No doubt, fellas. Y'all have a good one, man.
All right, buddy. Take care. Thank you very much, Ron. Ron Slay with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Good guy there. And what an amazing story. Don't pick those coins up. It'll burning holes into the floor.
I mean, what in the world? Throwing the commodes?
After the first points.
Yeah, I mean, this
first
is one
point.
possession.
Yeah, in a basketball game.
Yeah, we think the Iron Bowl is a big rivalry.
Shooting flares. I've seen them shoot flares. I didn't know they did it inside.
Can you imagine if Alabama and Auburn shared the same facility?
Oh, my gosh. Well, I mean, the Clippers and the Lakers do, but there's no doubt whose facility it is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the Clippers pay rent.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just an amazing story from Ron Slay there, part of the broadcast tonight. You know, Tom Hart, who's part of that broadcast too, his name is being mentioned quite a bit right now because, and I said this in the chat room, Landmine Believer says rumor has it Tom Hart could be in the mix to be part of the Atlanta Braves broadcast. You know, Tom's history was sort of the sideline or on-the-field reporter for the Braves broadcast. He does a great job with baseball. Very much could see Tom Hart replacing Chip Carey, who left after 18 years to go to the Cardinals organization to be on their television broadcast. Hart's one of those guys you can watch to possibly be on that Atlanta Braves broadcast.
Yeah, I'm pulling hard for him. You know, I texted Tom yesterday and said, "Hey, if you want this gig, man, I'm hoping you get it because I think you're really good at what you do." I said, "But selfishly, I don't want to lose you on the SEC network." So I said, if you could just work it into your contract, you still get to do that. He said, I'll get my people on it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I would hate to lose him. I think he's really good at what he does.
He's really good. He's one of the best. You know, monetarily, I don't know where it is from what ESPN has him doing to what he would get paid with Turner or with Bally's, I should say.
Yeah.
But if it's equivalent, I would rather have the one gig with the Braves.
Yeah, I would like to. I mean, I hate to lose Tom on basketball or college baseball, but if my dream scenario, my Tom Hart dream scenario would be him still doing Saturday college football games and then the Braves games the rest of the time.
I would hope he could work that out because, he's really good at that. I've always thought that the baseball radio gig seems like a slog to me. That baseball TV gig seems like a sweet gig. You're not working every game because some of the games are national and you get those off. I know you still travel a lot, but that we've all done play-by-play. The difference in TV play-by-play on baseball and radio play-by-play is significant.
No,
it's a talk show on TV.
It's tough, man. And, the first time I ever did play-by-play radio, I had to do it by myself without a color analyst.
TV is so much easier.
But unlike, we were mentioning with our friends who do some sidelines in the NBA, Jennifer Hale with the Pelicans, Abby Chin with the Celtics, those, like, the Celtics were in Orlando 2 nights ago and then Miami last night, and then they're back out. There's no time to do anything in Miami. At least in baseball on the road trips, you're there for 3 nights or 4 nights, and sometimes at least you get a chance if you're playing at night to get out and experience a little South Beach if you're in Miami, or if you're in LA to get to do something while you're in town to at least experience the city. When you're just you fly in one night after a game and you're out the same night, you get nothing but a hotel room.
But you think about you're on the team flight, you stay in 5-star hotels.
That's right.
I mean, that's mandatory with the Players Association.
Yeah, you're on a pretty good per diem. I mean, it's a good gig. I don't blame Tom at all, and I think the Braves would be doing well to get him.
Yeah, so we'll see. The chat room over there, Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, like Trey says, I have a feeling Bally is paying peanuts since they took over so many of those broadcasts. Goose, who is a big Chip fan, I assume, cannot believe the Braves didn't try harder to keep Chip. 18 years, but his family has ties with the Cardinals organization, too. Many people remember Harry Carey with the Cubs, but Harry Carey also was part of the Cardinals broadcast with Buck back in the day.
And I will say this, too, and Tom would do anything we ask him to do, and I know that, but Chip was always very kind to come on this show. I always appreciated that. I don't know if people liked him or disliked him. I always thought Chip did a really good job, and he was very kind to us. So I hope he does well in St. Louis. I think he was actually born there, if I read that right. So I think he was born while Harry Carey was doing that there. So it's kind of his hometown.
The Baseball Hall of Fame is in the news. We'll get to that right after LT tells us about our friends at Slice, a little slice of heaven for lunch today. Go by and get one of those wonderful signature pizzas with Slice Pizza.
Yeah, or you could be a hero on the way home. That takeout special is pretty incredible. Remember, local pizza, local ingredients, our friends the Bajaya brothers, the late Jeff, Jason, Chris, just great guys. But the Curbside Family Pack, 12 fire-baked wings with your choice of ranch or blue cheese. You get the half pan of the salad, any 2 of the specialty pizzas, and just fantastic specialty pizzas. If you've been to Slice, you know what I'm talking about. But sample them. That Hot Mama, the only guy that could really eat more than 3 pieces done away the other night, Young Jack.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody would get to 2 pieces. The flavor is incredible, but that heat would pop.
Oh, I can eat the entire pizza at Slice.
That's a bold statement.
That's one of the challenges at Slice to me is that I like the crust so much that I can finish a whole pizza.
Yeah,
I have to walk away.
I ate a whole pizza too. I don't know how you're doing the Hot Mama because when we did the Hot Wings Challenge, you couldn't.
It's not that hot to me. That's not that hot.
It's got a pop to it, but it is well worth the. It's one of the best tasting pizzas out there. The Bajaya Special, just incredible pies. Stop into one of those 4 locations: the original in Lakeview, Vestavia, Montevallo, now Crestline. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Okay, here's the problem with the Baseball Hall of Fame. All right, it doesn't mean as much anymore to us because the interest in baseball, though the attendance is really good, the viewing and the conversation about baseball is down on the masses. Braves fans love to talk about it here because the Braves are so popular, but around the country, the conversation is down a bit. But like the Hall of Fame, interest is at an all-time low because last night they vote in Scott Rowland. They've only voted in 2 players in 3 years. How are you running an organization that is fan-driven by letting these baseball writers hijack your fan-driven business, the Hall of Fame, by making it into something where Scott Rowland's the only guy going in? You had one guy go in last year. Fred McGriff gets to go in with him because of, he was voted on not by baseball writers. You're just not putting enough people in, and there's so many people who are not getting in that I think would draw fan interest. 2 players in 3 years is not enough to keep the Hall of Fame interesting to anybody.
Well, let me say this. I think it should be very exclusive who gets in. I think you should truly be a Hall of Famer. I think we've let too many people in Hall of Fame before. My biggest problem is you look at the ballot this year, Scott Rowland gets in. Scott Rowland was a really good player, great defensive third baseman, one of the best ever. Scott Rowland, do I look back and say, man, that is a surefire Hall of Famer? Not really.
Really good player, yeah.
But on that ballot, Alex Rodriguez, and we know why with the PEDs, but there's no way Alex Rodriguez does not belong in the Hall of Fame.
Can I throw
That's
something
my
out?
biggest problem.
I did not know this until this weekend because did you watch Andrew Jones and think he's a Hall of Famer?
I never did.
I didn't either.
I mean, it was a great start to his career, but then after that, he was a good Major League Baseball player.
I thought he was a fantastic defensive player.
Okay, can I give you a stat that might change your mind? Because I was not aware of this stat until this past weekend. I saw a video on Andrew Jones being up for the Hall of Fame, and I had no idea this was a thing.
And he garnered 58% of the vote. You got to get 75%.
Yeah, so he's getting closer. I think he'll eventually get in. Andrew Jones won 10 Gold Gloves and hit 400-plus home runs.
Yeah, now the Gold Gloves doesn't surprise me. 400 home runs surprised me a little bit.
Okay, there are 4 people in the history of baseball that have done that.
Yeah.
Do you know who they are? When I give you the other 3 names.
I would say King Griffey, Willie Mays.
You got 2 of the 3. The other one, you're going to have to think a little bit, but when I tell you.
King Griffey, Willie Mays.
Widely regarded as maybe the best
Pujols.
hitting third baseman of all time.
Mike Schmidt.
Yep. So when I tell you that that's the company he's in, that's Hall of Fame company.
Daniel says, absolute joke that Andrew Jones is not in. But even away from the steroid guys, and A-Rod, I guess, is there, 40% of the vote.
It's a joke.
Manny Ramirez, easy Hall of Famer, right?
I guess.
37.
I wouldn't say easy.
37.3% of the vote.
Well, I mean, again, he is labeled the PEDs. That's why he's obviously not getting more of the vote.
Did anybody ever think Omar Vizquel was a Hall of Famer? I did.
A great defensive second baseman, right?
Shortstop.
Shortstop.
Big career with the Mariners and then the Indians. And he was basically a wall. I mean, he was probably one of the top 5 defensive shortstops of all time.
He's kind of in on the Ozzie Smith mold, right? You look at the offensive numbers, they don't blow you away, but
8.6%. He'll never get in.
Never
get in.
Nope.
Torrey Hunter.
Nah.
3.2%.
Yeah, but I don't think he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
I mean, but I'm horrible at that. I'm the worst one. Like, I can tell you the obvious ones is the borderlines, but Scott Rowland, I never watched Scott Rowland. I thought I was watching all of
the next closest was Todd Helton, got 72.2% of the votes. And the knock on him has got to be that Coors Field.
Well,
Colorado.
he mashed, but he played in a place where everybody hits home runs.
Yeah, but Andrew Jones will get in eventually. Todd Helton will likely get in eventually. Mark Burley, who came through Birmingham as a Baron and then to the major leagues, he's getting 10% of the votes right now.
Yeah.
A guy who I thought was really, really good at what he did.
Gary Sheffield was pretty close. Did you mention him?
Sheffield is 63% of the vote.
63. Do you consider him?
I do, but apparently I let too many. Apparently I am loosey-goosey with the Hall of Fame.
It appears.
Yeah, I don't know about Sheffield. And he was a Dodger for a while.
Andy Pettit, who admitted to human growth hormones himself, 17% of the vote. But Andy Pettit seems like a Hall of Famer to me. Bobby Abreu seems like a Hall of Famer to me. 19% of the votes.
Boy, yeah.
You're Hall of Fame.
Okay. What's your curfew for your kids? Hey, look, all night.
They never had curfew.
You're the Hall of better than average. Is what you are.
Carlos Beltran?
No.
Early on, I got to go back and look at some of this stuff because I think he missed some time. He jumped teams. He seemed like the part of a Hall of Famer early on, but I probably would have him out.
55%. Billy Wagner was close with 73%.
Really, the only guy on the ballot that would have been a surefire Hall of Famer to me, until you told me about Andrew Jones, was Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah. And it's obvious why
he's never going to get in.
Yeah. And Schilling and Bonds and Clemens, all the guys who should be. Wicked roller, Manny Ramirez is a top 10 hitter of all time.
I remember when he played for the Dodgers for a minute in that run in the postseason. He was a great hitter.
Yeah. All right. So the Scott Rowland's on his way in to the Hall of Fame, and he and Fred McGriff, who I never really considered a Hall of Famer, will go in, voted on by, the Veterans Committee or something like that.
So. The old crime dog, huh? You don't consider him a Hall of Famer?
Never did when I was watching him. Appreciate Ron Slade being with us later on. Todd Fuhrman from the desert back to college football when we come back. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. The Michelson Look Ahead, Todd Fuhrman and Andy Kennedy in the final hour of the show. Michelson Laser Vision, wanting to make sure that the gift of sight, and if you do not have great sight, LT will tell you right now how knowing Michelson Laser Vision, that name right there, changed his life.
Yeah, seriously. Over 20 years ago, I went in. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. I was wasting money on contacts and solution each and every year. Went in, had the consultation. I was a candidate for LASIK, got the procedure done. I still have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, MichelsonLaserVision.com. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Again, 969-8100, and tell them the next round sent you.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back to the college football discussion here on this Wednesday in just a second. But one thing I wanted to point out was Willie Fritz doing an interview earlier this week in New Orleans saying that he plans now to stay at Tulane the rest of his career. Now, he's up in age, but that's great news for Tulane after the year. I think, Lance, you were the one that brought it up on the show that maybe his success of this Tulane team and where they were going to play in their first major bowl game in over 40 years probably prevented him from leaving to take another job. So now the benefit of that is Tulane's going to get him for the rest of his career, likely.
You know, you were just talking about, the money that ADs are making now. I would assume that even in the American with Tulane, he's still making $1.5 million.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's more. I thought I saw him at 2.1 or something like that. But, I mean, he's making good money. It'll probably go up, as Jim said. They're going to the American. They're going. They just went to the New Year's Six.
Yeah, they're in the American already, but yeah.
Or excuse me, they're going. Yeah, they're in the American. I'm sorry. Yeah, but they just went to the New Year's Six. I mean, I think his money will go up.
Well, and look, and he's got no pressure. He won 2 games last year.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's got.
Yeah.
I mean, he'd probably stay there as long as he wants.
I mean, I think he's probably. What is he? 61? Is that right? With Willie Fritz? So, I mean, I think you just look at it and say, do I want to chase and build again? Or am I accepting, hey, look, I'm never going to be the head coach at Texas or Alabama or Georgia or somewhere like that, but I've had a good career.
Yeah, remember the path to the playoffs become top 6 highest rated conference champions. So you only have 5 Power 5s. So that American, where UAB will be starting next year as well, the opportunity is there to be the highest rated conference champion there in the American or the Sun Belt or whomever.
They would have been that team this year.
Tulane would have been in a playoff this year. So he's got a path there to keep things churning at Tulane. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. We tell you all the time about how great this tequila is, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila. But wide shot really quick, Forrester. Brown making a point early on, Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila, not just great here on our show, but great on the PGA Tour as well.
They are the official tequila of the PGA Tour and just announced today an endorsement deal with the great Jon Rahm coming off his win.
And how good is Jon Rahm?
Maybe the best player in the world right now, Jim.
Yeah, he's smooth and crisp, much like the Diamante Tequila.
So we got a delivery. We got a case delivered yesterday from our friend Tyler. And Brown, I never thought in the history of us doing show, Brown would give me a drink recipe.
I did. I told him what I used the Maestro Dobel for.
So Maestro Dobel, pineapple juice, and a little lime.
That's right. It's a good drink. I don't know what you call that.
Sounds very refreshing. I don't know.
It is quite refreshing. I drink about 1, maybe 2 of those a week. Just sip on it there at night watching TV.
What could you call that? Pineapple Express, Hawaiian water.
Oh, I kind of like a Pineapple Express.
Yeah. I'm trying to play off of the ranch water, which you were really big on for a while as well. It's a good low-calorie drink, the ranch water, just the Topo Chico and the great Maestro Dobel Diamante tequila, which is right there aged in the European oak barrel, double filtered. It removes the color while keeping that crystal clear spirit and character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. It is Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing.
Since it's got pineapple in it, could I call it a Tequila Sunrise?
Oh, you could?
You could, yeah.
Yeah.
You can only drink half, though, right?
Boom.
That's really good. It's actually really good.
The glass would break.
Okay. Everybody do the jokes.
Or you could call it just the injury tent.
Yeah. Everybody do the jokes.
All right. College football salaries. Josh Heupel joined the $9 million club yesterday.
Wow.
At Tennessee.
Wow.
The $9 million plus club, Brandon Marcello, has sent out a list. He says Jim Harbaugh should join that, says Brandon Marcello, 24/7 Sports, this year when he gets his new contract announced and he's back in full payment with Michigan. But here are the top earners in college football per their contracts. Dabo Swinney, $11.5 million. Nick at $11.1 million. Kirby at $10.5 million. They estimate Lincoln Riley at $10 million at USC. Ryan Day, Brian Kelly, Mel Tucker all at $9.5 million. Jimbo, Josh, and Lane Kiffin all at $9 million.
The ones that jump out at you are Mel Tucker and Jimbo Fisher.
In a negative way.
Well, yeah, they jump at you in a bad way, yeah.
Who's not earning their money?
How many of those guys get fired in the next 4 years?
I don't.
Roll through it again real quick.
Okay, next 4 years.
Yep.
Okay, so we got the 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026 season. So after the 2026 season.
And I think what plays into this, too, is the expanded playoff. Like, the expectation for these guys, you're making this kind of money, get us to the playoff.
Yeah, you got to have playoff appearances on this list right
Let's
here.
do fired percentages. You run through it. Let's do fired percentages.
Okay,
Percentages
percentages as we do the Tequila Sunrise.
Tequila Sunrise.
I can drink one right now, by the way.
I'll make you one. I don't have any pineapple juice.
Dabo Swinney, $11.5 million.
0% chance he gets fired.
I would say 1%.
I would say.
Look at you going absolute to not me.
Yeah. I would say 1% he's not coaching Clemson after 2026.
Yeah, okay. If you want to bring in retirement or whatever, but just straight firing, I think it's a 0%.
Nick Saban, $11.1 million. No way he gets fired.
Zero. Doesn't even get mentioned.
Yeah. Kirby Smart, $10.5 million.
Zero. Doesn't even get mentioned.
Lincoln Riley, $10 million estimated at USC.
I mean, I would say it's very, very low. I don't know that I'm willing to go zero just yet, but it's a very low percentage, less than 5%.
I would go 1% on him, too.
Less than 5.
One more before it gets interesting. Brian Kelly at $9.5 million.
I'm almost willing to say zero. I mean, he's already gone to Atlanta.
I just think he's such a good coach. I'd go 1%. It would have to be something off field.
Yeah, in the next 4 years, no way he falls into that mix, I don't think. Now it gets interesting. Ryan Day, $9.5 million. There is a unspoken amount of heat on Ryan Day. I
don't think you could say zero by any stretch of the imagination here. In fact, I would say it's 10 to 15%.
I was going to go 15%.
Yeah, which is crazy to say, but Michigan has flipped the script on him. He continues to come up short in the college football postseason. If that continues over 4 years, it gets him fired.
Yeah, I think it's higher than 15%.
It may be. I mean,
if he loses to Michigan again this year, three straight losing streak to Michigan, most people don't survive that kind of thing.
I get that, but he's also won a Big Ten championship. He's played for a national championship. He's been in 2 college football playoffs.
It's not good enough at Ohio State. Ohio State, where they are now, is you beat Michigan, you win the Big Ten, and you at some point win a national championship.
And I still think he will, but if he doesn't, I'd put it at 15%.
The rest of these are interesting. Mel Tucker, $9.5 million.
I would put that at 75%.
Yeah, I think if I understand right, the Rocket Mortgage guy, Dan Wilson, is that his name?
Dan Gilbert.
Dan Gilbert, thank you. Dan Gilbert is the guy that has pretty much funded this whole contract. That he's a Michigan State guy. They went to him. They're like, we're going to lose him. We've had this great year, and he's guaranteed the contract. He's got plenty of money, so I don't think buyout's going to be a problem.
We know Gilbert likes to throw it back. Remember he sent that open letter to LeBron?
Cosmic Sands or
and
something.
I guarantee you, they waited till he had a couple.
Yeah,
we're going to call him at 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, type something up for us.
Because he made a mistake giving that
So
contract.
I'm with Lance. I think it's 50 to 75. I'd put it in that window. 50 to 75% he gets fired.
Jimbo Fisher, $9 million. All of a sudden, Jimbo Fisher's contract is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, tied for 8th biggest in the league.
Yeah, I'm
in
gonna
the nation.
Jimbo is 75% as well.
Yep. I think it's pretty high. The longer that contract goes, the lower the buyout becomes, which,
I think only one more year of disappointment, and it becomes a real conversation down there. Lane Kiffin, $9 million.
I think there's a 25 to 50% chance Lane gets fired.
4 years is a long time.
It's a long time to go.
Long time in the SEC.
Yeah, and Lane, his stick works when they're winning.
Yeah.
But if they're not winning, boy, it will go south.
But here's
quickly.
the other aspect of that.
But I would go 35% on
If
Lane.
you're making $5-6 million and getting 8 or 9 wins a year, you're over delivering to me as an Ole Miss fan. I'm paying you well below market value. You're a known commodity. You're a well-known coach. You're giving me 8, 9 wins. But when I start paying high market value, I expect, and I know you always say this, Dunaway, not everybody can have 11 or 12 wins, but I'm paying for those wins. So if you don't get them, you're going to be gone.
Yeah, somebody's getting them.
So I think by Lane Kiffin, if he did in fact parlay the Auburn job into this contract, which it appeared he did, there are consequences that come along with that. And the consequences are at some point Ole Miss fans are going to expect a trip to Atlanta out of this, or, a college football playoff berth or 2 out of this, whatever the case might be. They're going to expect a return on that $9 million. You don't just give it to him because he's good on Twitter.
Josh Heupel, $9 million as well. He's new to this club. Jim Harbaugh will do that, but here's the difference now with Heupel. What was it, 8 wins and now 10-2 last year? And he beat Alabama, so it's worthy of getting this contract. But now, in the SEC, with Nick and Kirby and Jimbo and Brian Kelly, and now Josh Heupel, Lane Kiffin's in that list. Those are $9 million plus coaches. Your expectation now is you can't go backwards. 10-2 is sort of what we expect of you now. We expect you to beat Alabama. You may not beat them every year, but we don't expect any more streaks.
No, we have steps. You went from 8 wins to 10 wins, and you got past one of the big steps, or hurdles, which was beating Alabama. Now we want you to win the East.
I would love. I have not seen the contract yet. I wonder if I was Tennessee, I would have, just for peace of mind, I would have increased my financial offer to him for a clause in the contract that says there's a certain amount of buyout, blah, 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 but no Oklahoma.
Oh, so you would have made an Oklahoma carve-out.
I would like an Oklahoma carve-out just so I don't have to ever worry about that. Because I feel like we can offer you everything at Tennessee and more than anybody, including Oklahoma, except you played at Oklahoma, you didn't play here. That would have been worth a dollar figure to me to increase just to take Oklahoma off the table if I was Tennessee.
I don't know if he'd take it, though.
Oh, he might not. For $9 million a year, I got to think about it, though, Lance.
Does Heupel have a wife?
I think he's married.
Okay, well, then he probably would take it.
No, I'm willing, Brown. I'm willing to say $9.5 million. There was a dollar value to me to take Oklahoma off the table.
That's right. So if you're Heupel, you're like, I'll take Oklahoma off the table, but it's going to take $10 million.
Yeah, and I
or whatever it is. Yeah,
well, maybe they were offering him 8. Maybe it was 9 to get to that. I don't know.
To get to that number,
there is a dollar value to me if I'm Tennessee to forever take that off, because that's a comfort thing of cost of living to me. I would live better as Danny White as the AD to take that off the table, and to be able to tell your fans, listen, we never forget buyouts or anything. We never have to worry about Oklahoma. Recruiting, never have to worry about him leaving for Oklahoma. That would have been a dollar value.
I would agree.
For me.
There's good peace of mind in that, and if you're Heupel, you would have to think about it, because really, with Oklahoma coming to the SEC, what can I do at Oklahoma that I can't do at Tennessee? Do you guys view Oklahoma a significantly better job than Tennessee?
No.
Once it comes to the conference?
It's almost lateral right now.
I would agree.
Yeah. Once they're in the SEC, all of a sudden it levels out.
Yeah, it's only about I'm going home.
Yeah, it looks really, really good in the Big 12, where they're winning those Big 12 championships and
That's
making
right.
the college football playoffs.
But a different
when they
game
come
here.
to the SEC, I feel like Tennessee can maybe even offer me more than Oklahoma. Because guess what? At Oklahoma, you also can't recruit your state and win. You got to go to Texas.
That's right. Yep.
And in Tennessee, they got to go to other places, not just Tennessee. By the way, Tennessee's recruiting is going up because of the population change in Nashville.
Clay told us that a long time ago. Clay's got the 300-mile radius deal, but he told us a long time ago that Nashville, and some of it is like former Tennessee Titans that are living there, but it's also become a destination city.
Yep. Justin Hokanson, friend of the show, writes with Auburn Live on 3 Sports. You just mentioned about salaries. Look at the bargain that Auburn is getting with Hugh Freeze right now. Now, he's still coming off of the damaged good portion of the grocery store. And Auburn, as soon as Hugh has success, will have to pay more money. But at $6.5 million, tied for 9th in the SEC after the Josh Heupel raise, according to Hokanson, that is a value that you're getting. And half the league now is making $9 million or more, and you're paying your coach at $6.5 million. Right coach, right time for you, Auburn.
Well, but that changes with one good year, and that's what you hope. You hope you're having to pay $9 or $10 million because that means Hugh Freeze has had a really good year. But that's what happened to Heupel. Remember, $4 million year one, $5 million this past year, and then he almost doubles it based on one good year. And that's what will happen with Hugh Freeze. You throw out that 9, 10, 11 win season, go to Atlanta or something like that, he'll be in the $9 million, $10 million range in a heartbeat.
All right, our friends at New York Butcher, where LT will be swinging by and getting me a steak at this weekend.
I will.
Let's don't burn through them too many. Just give me one good one this weekend. We'll a couple of sides or something.
Oh, you're on a heater. I will tell you steak wise because coming off a 4-0 on Monday night, I had 5 plays last night. 4-1. The one I lost was the one you won.
Missouri,
it's crazy.
Show me a steak.
Ole Miss sucks.
They do. That's why I was riding with Missouri last night. I hated I had to watch that game.
I mean, it was wire to wire.
I hated I had to watch it.
I didn't.
How many seconds did you watch?
I turned it on. Here's exactly what I did. I turned it on in part of the second half to start the second half. I turned it on, and I think Missouri was up 12. And I thought to myself, if I sit and watch this, Ole Miss will start chipping away, and I'll end up losing. So you know what I did?
Turn it off.
I turned it right off. Turned it right off.
So another steak win for Dunaway. This is Bizarro World. Stop
+6.
by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks, burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all natural chicken cut to order just for you. Chef prepared entrees and side dishes. Perfect dinner to go choice for your family. Ready to heat at home. 2 great locations: Caba Heights, Highway 119 in Greystone. New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well done service. This is when you start talking shit is when it's going to happen.
I'm not saying anything.
Oh, yeah.
The whiteboard's talking. +6 right now. +6.
Call the next. Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, help you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have high arches or flat feet, Red Wing has the comfort solution for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. Hey, don't forget, we had some more storms. The wind blew through last night in our area, and I get asked about a couple of times every month, does that Greg from Pell City guy come to my area? And listen, I can't answer all the areas he comes to. My recommendation always is just call Greg Nelson up, 205-542-3531, and see if he services your area. If not, he may know a local guy who can take care of you in your area. So no matter where you're watching or listening to the next round today, Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, Greg from Pell City can be a friend to you, just maybe with a recommendation if he doesn't serve your area. But 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. He and his wife own the company. Storm Restoration Roofing has been locally owned for over 20 years. He offers great discounts and some free services to veterans in the area, also active and reserve service people as well. Pipe jack boots, flashing, gutters, some work there, some of that for free that he does just to say thank you to those who have served our country. I mean, he gives everybody a free no-cost roof inspection, and you need it after some of these storms. That wind was howling last night. So get that free no-cost roof inspection right now. Greg Nelson, he's local. He's A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. Rockstar, what are you watching tonight, my friend? What's out there for you this evening?
Well, first, I'm going to say this real quick. 10:35 on NBC, The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. He seems like he's the new it guy, Pedro Pascal.
He's awesome.
Dude's in Mandalorian. He's in The Last of Us. He was in Wonder Woman.
He was the Red Viper in Game of Thrones.
Lunsford just said Game of Thrones. I mean, he's like it's out of nowhere, Pedro Pascal.
Have you watched Last of Us yet?
Me?
Yeah.
I have watched the first 20 minutes of the episode. I was on the bus, and it kind of freaked me out when in the background the grandmother just starts twitching, and I was like, I'm uncomfortable. Like, I don't want to watch this in a coffin, so I try to turn it off.
Does it get scary?
I mean,
is it scary? Is there any point scary?
There's very tense moments. Tense moments.
Thinking that it could happen here, like that kind of thing. Like, there is a small possibility of something, like, especially going through COVID, stuff like that. For this, something could happen like that, and watching it. And you're in a bus, and somebody lady in the background just going through convulsions. Like, I'm going to pause it, and I'll finish it later. But I liked it so far.
It is going to get it's going to up. I mean, Lunsford knows. I mean, he's played the game or seen the game, so he knows how the story plays out. I don't. But from episode 1 to episode 2, much more tense. There's going to be much more violence. And look, I'll tell you this. They don't care. Much like Game of Thrones, which I thought was great, you can get attached to a character and no character safe.
I kind of like
except
that,
Pedro.
Yeah, kind of
at
like
least
that.
this season.
But I also did something last night that I don't know if anybody's done on the show that we said we were going to do.
Oh, Milf Island?
Manor.
Is it on?
I watched.
It's so much better if it was an island.
Is it on an island?
It's in a resort in Mexico. It is so bad, but so knowing the big reveal is exactly what you thought.
Yeah.
Spoiler
It's their
alert.
kids, yeah.
It's their kids. The curtain goes up. They show silhouettes of the guys' bodies, and the women are like, "Ooh, I like that." And then the curtain goes up, and the first thing is one of the guys goes, "Mom," like that, and then like, "Oh my gosh, it's our sons." Now this is a dating show, and the thing how they play them up is we have 2 bedroom. All the bedrooms have 8 women, 8 sons. So there's 2 in a bedroom. So you share a bedroom with your mom, 2 beds. And if you want to have a guest that night, or she wants to have a guest that night, so be it.
Oh my gosh!
And there's
So mom would stay in bed, and you would hop over to the next bed.
And two parents. So what they do? 2 moms had at the first game. There's 2 suites that have like a hot tub, like jacuzzi and everything. Like the master suites. There's 2 of those. So you had to play a game where the moms had to blindfold themselves, and the sons had to take their shirts off.
No.
And the moms had to feel the bodies.
Rockstar.
That's Johnny. That's Johnny. And so whoever the first 2 to get it right would get the suites, the master suites. And there's just one woman. I mean, the oldest one is 59, I think, and then the youngest mom is probably like 43. One's an Asian woman. Her name is literally So Young.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's
That's
So
her
Young.
name.
Hey, so how old are the guys?
I would say between 20 and 24.
Oh.
There's a 20-year-old, like the majority of them, like 21.
This may be the low point in television history.
It really might be, yeah.
But it's also, there's one lady that's she's got 6 kids, and she goes, I don't know why everybody yells at me and gets upset that I have 6 kids from different fathers. Like
different fathers?
Yeah,
Wow.
Six for 6?
Yeah. She didn't say how many, but she says like, why do you care if I have 6 kids through different fathers? She's the one that will flirt with a. Can't believe I'm saying this. She's flirting with one of the sons. And the other one's on a date with another one. And, like, she's like, I'm going to go with your son. We're going upstairs. She goes, no, you are not. He is not your type. And she's like, we're going to go upstairs. And it's just so uncomfortable. And then
no, you're not, Mrs. Cromartie.
And then her
Yeah,
son.
that would label that one.
And then her son's like, Mom, you've known him for like 3 hours. It's so uncomfortable. So that's episode 1.
So did
I didn't see any hookups. No hookups have happened, but one had got turned down because the son was there. He was like, you're not doing this tonight. We've only known each other for 3 hours. He's not sleeping with you in our bed.
So my choices are.
So you got kids cock blocking now.
My choice are MILF Island or a realistic possibility fungal infestation of the world that brings out the worst in everybody.
Go Curtin B. Curtin B.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go MILF Island between those two.
Manor's good too.
MILF Manor. Rockstar is adamant you get this correct, Jim. MILF Manor.
Have you all played at Augusta Golf Course?
Shut up. I am.
What is this? Is this something else?
I am going to watch MILF Manor given those 2 options.
You just compared MILF Manor to Augusta
That's
National.
always his clapback, and I never. I do not. When have I ever corrected you?
But if he says like
By the way,
Superman is from Marvel, and I'll say no, it's DC. God, you're such a dork.
Hey, by the way, both are well groomed. Augusta National and MILF Island.
Manor.
I don't know if they are. Will you watch The Last of Us?
Is it? You say it's intense. I don't like intensity.
Here's what will happen, though.
Like intensity.
Lunsford, correct me if I'm wrong.
It's not
Rocky,
really horror. It's more action.
It is more action,
tense, but
no, I think there are some horror scenes though.
The scene that Rocky's talking about is probably the most horror that there is in it. Is at the beginning with like the grandma.
Yeah, well, and not even that scene where she's convulsing. It's a scene a little bit after that.
Yeah,
that's really disturbing.
Do I ever laugh? Do I laugh one episode?
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's some comedy.
I mean,
one guy dies funny.
Yeah. Do I ever see
funniest one?
Do I ever see a boob?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah.
2 episodes in, no boobs. You easy get that.
You're going to need MILF Manor for that.
MILF Manor has plenty of plastic for you.
This is why it's not like a horror movie, because it seems like in every horror movie, and I'm not a horror guy, every horror movie, there's a monster trying to kill all these people, and they all have sex with each other for some reason. But in this one, there's monsters trying to kill them, and they're not having sex. It's more realistic. I feel like, Jason's chasing us. Let's go in this cabin and sleep with each other. That's what all the horror movies seem like.
Well, and the comedy comes from Bella Ramsey, the young girl, the 14-year-old that he's protecting.
She's like a smart ass. That's what the comedy is.
Yeah, she's a great smart ass, though. And their chemistry is starting to build a little bit. I'm telling you, it's well worth the watch. And what's going to happen, it's going to end up being one of the best shows of 23, and then you're going to jump on the bandwagon.
That's what I did with Game of Thrones. I gave it a couple of good years, and then I went and watched it. All right, that's what Rockstar is watching tonight. Our show being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com, JohnstonRVCenter.com. Before Brandy tells us about them, and in fact, tell us, Brown, and then I will tell you that if you're an LSU fan, you want to see our friends at Johnston RV because you have some great football coming up.
Gokes Tigers. Johnston RV Center introducing the Coachman Freedom Express line at the Coleman store right there, I-65, exit 304. The 2023 Freedom Express 192 RBS, a lightweight model featuring beautiful new interior design, a lot of storage space, big fridge. It can be yours for just $249 a month with approved credit. That's an amazing deal. Don't forget the lifetime warranties from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models that are 2 years old at both stores. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
And if you're an LSU fan, go see our guys at JohnstonRVCenter.com because Orlando this year, Florida State Labor Day weekend.
Maybe the biggest game of the first weekend.
Then in 2024, Vegas, where you get USC at a neutral site game to open up Labor Day weekend in 2024.
Nice.
Then in 25, you're in Death Valley to play Clemson to open up the year, the Battle of the Death Valleys. And then they return the favor in 2026, Labor Day weekend in Baton Rouge. And then announced yesterday, 2027, a neutral site game in Houston at NRG Stadium, the Texans Stadium in Houston, LSU in Houston, to Labor Day weekend to open up. So LSU doing some Labor Day work.
Well, that's exciting if I'm an LSU fan seeing all those games coming up. I don't like the neutral site aspect of them, but that's exciting to see those uniforms.
But even those neutral site games, at least they're sort of regional. Last year in New Orleans for LSU, this year Orlando for Florida State. At least you get some hometown flavor there. But that's some good scheduling from LSU down the stretch there. And maybe you want to jump in a JohnsonRVCenter.com roll and spend some time at the local places to watch LSU play a little football. We'll continue the conversation, a little basketball tonight in Tuscaloosa and Auburn with our nationally ranked teams, and some more NFL conversation, all that coming up in the next segment right here on TNR.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143. Great businesses stand the test of time, and our friends at Wayne's are celebrating their 50th year in business in 2023. And as a way for Wayne's to say thank you to loyal customers and communities Wayne's serves, you'll get $50 off pest, termite, lawn, or mosquito service. $50 off for existing customers as you add new services or brand new customers. So save $50 on every service you sign up for with Wayne's. This offer is good through February 28th. That's 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com and the code TNR.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit KingRealEstateSchool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 16th kickoff. That's KingRealEstateSchool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live, or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
The great Taylor Korn on our social media platforms today, asking this question on Twitter at Next Round. At Next Round Live, I should say. Prior to the announcement that Bill O'Brien will return to the Patriots, Aaron Suttles told Lance in our Bama and Bourbon that Nick Saban met with an offensive coach that Alabama football fans might be excited about or might not be excited about, however you fall on that. And she asked the question, who do you think Saban met with? And that's the question you can go answer at the bottom of that Bama and Bourbon video there. at Next Round Live on Twitter. At Next Round Live on Twitter, who do you think Aaron Suttles was talking about? We know the answer. We can't pass along to you yet. We'll see if that becomes reported by Aaron or if it ends up that we have an announcement. One of the first couple of guesses coming in from C. Ray was Lebby or Joe Brady.
Well, that's a win-win right there. Brady, for those that have lost track of him, as I had, is quarterback's coach at Buffalo.
Yeah. Likes it so much that, according to reports, I think it was Ian Rappaport, said that he told the Jets that he would not interview for the OC job, that he liked Buffalo so much.
It's interesting. You know, I don't know what drives Joe Brady. He was always a pro guy until he came to LSU for that little bit of time. So he may want to stay in the NFL the rest of his career. But I think that guy, if he made it known he wanted to be a college coordinator, boy, after that one year at LSU, people would flock to him.
There was a minute where I think we gave Joe Brady most of the credit because Joe Burrow was so average before. But then when you start to look at Justin Jefferson, who's an MVP finalist right now, Jamar Chase.
And Joe Burrow.
And Burrow. I mean, it's just.
Is there a chance we gave Brady way too much credit?
Probably.
I mean, do you think he's not the genius he seemed to be? What you got to say something, Jim. It's also an audio platform. I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
For if you're watching us on video, you know what it means.
What, you've been saying that forever?
No, I just don't want to say it, but I do feel. I mean,
because you think he could be in Tuscaloosa.
I mean, if he ends up in Tuscaloosa, I'd hate it to come back to say Jim thinks Joe Brady's overrated.
Jeff Lebby. I mean, do you think
wouldn't be the first time you put your foot in the mouth?
Yeah,
would it? LT, seriously?
I did it recently. I can't remember. Did I tell the story on the show?
I can't remember.
I did it recently. Boy, I had a bad foot in my mouth recently.
Champy's Chicken brings you this hour of the show every day. Sterling and the great folks right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Just a wonderful place to go have lunch. It's one of those iconic places that you'll go to have lunch. You'll tell your friends, they're like, oh, I've always wanted to go there, or I've been there. Did you get this? Did you get that? One of those type lunch destinations. Just good old-fashioned fried chicken, southern fried chicken with the wonderful sides that Sterling hand cuts. He brines it. It's nothing rushed about that fried chicken experience there. Hand-cut chicken fingers, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, which you have to have. The po' boys, and so much more. It is a wonderful place. Champy's world-famous fried chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, and you'll love Sterling and the folks down there. Basketball conversation going on tonight. It's gone by so fast. Can you go back up, Rockstar, just a little bit? Right there. There it is. Green Wave Outdoor wants to know what's the score tonight in Alabama's game there. Alabama basketball. Feels like a 79-61.
The Vegas total, Lance, is 141.5. Alabama favored 12.5. So I don't. You're good at taking that and saying, well, here's what a score could be.
Oh, I mean, that always close. I would say Bama 83-63.
I was going to say Bama 80-62.
I went 79-61. Pritchlaw goes 82-70. Bama over State tonight, which would be just under the number Pritchlaw.
That's a close conference game for Alabama, though, which is 12 points at home.
Still double digits right now. Let's hear a little sound here about the games tonight. First, the one in Tuscaloosa, 8 o'clock. Richard Hendricks in with Chris Stewart tonight, replacing Brian Passing for a game on the Alabama broadcast. Rockstar cut number 2, Nate Oates. It is the defense, that Alabama and Nate Oates is challenging his team as a great defensive team, Mississippi State, comes to town.
We were supposed to guard him without fouling. We didn't do a good job there. We were supposed to keep him off the glass. We didn't do a good job there. That's what I'm saying. We have to be much better than we were last time we played them, because I don't anticipate them handing us free possessions by missing free throws. I felt like their shooters missed some wide open looks from 3 that we dodged bullets on. I do feel like we're a much better defensive team today than we were when we played them the first time, but we got to be a lot better than we were the first time.
They are 5th in KenPom in the adjusted defensive efficiency.
They be Mississippi State or Alabama?
Oh, Alabama. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Now, is that who we were talking about?
Yes.
Or do I need to give you State? Alabama is 5th defensively, 13th offensively. So they're a top 5 defensive team by the most respected statistical organization in college basketball. I don't know what, for instance, Tennessee's number 1. I mean, you watch Tennessee, they can be locked down. Houston's number 2. So, I mean, that's the company Alabama is in at UCLA's number 4, Alabama's number 5. I couldn't find number. Third is Rutgers. I hadn't watched any Rutgers basketball. I don't know anything.
Check Mississippi State.
Was it?
I think Mississippi State's down near 16, somewhere in that neighborhood.
And their defensive efficiency?
Oh, I don't know about efficiency.
11th, Jim. 11th. But they're 172 on offense, 57th in the KenPom, 11th defensively, 172 on offense. Just so bad offensively.
But a really good defense there. Defense, the story tonight in Auburn, as well as number 15 Auburn plays host to Texas A&M, 8 o'clock on the Auburn radio network, on the ESPN2 if you want to watch it on TV. Bruce Pearl, Rockstar, cut number 4, talking about just how hard it is for teams to score, not only on Auburn, but on Texas A&M, which, of course, flips around and puts a lot of pressure on what? Your offense. Here's Bruce Pearl.
They're giving up in league play 30 points a half. So sometimes, teams go in and you've only scored 30 points at halftime. Well, join the club because that's what they give up, which puts a lot of pressure on our defense. Our defense has been good, been consistently pretty good, but we that's going to be something that we're going to have to do a really good job of, is guarding them, because we'll have our challenges scoring.
Samford plays tonight on the road at Furman, 6 o'clock for that one. And a couple of other games of interest. Last night, Oklahoma got blown out in their contest with number 11 TCU. Alabama gets Oklahoma in the SEC Big 12 Challenge coming up this weekend. And then the team Auburn plays West Virginia's on the road at Texas Tech tonight. You Auburn fans may want to pre-scout West Virginia. You can watch that 6 o'clock on ESPNU. Last night, Kentucky wins 69-53 over Vanderbilt. Severe Wheeler is back in good standing. He is back playing, and the team is still winning. They have now won, 5 in a row now for Kentucky? I think something like that, 5 in a row for the Cats, 3 in a row, 4 in a row. They're on a win streak anyway, but they did win last night, so it sets up to me the easy play this weekend, no matter the point spread.
Here we go.
Kansas.
No matter the point
No
spread.
matter the point spread.
They've won 4 straight. By the way.
4 straight. Well, no matter the point spread, take Kansas this weekend against Kentucky.
Jimmy's 6 stakes.
No, I know. He's bold right now. I don't even care what the point spread is.
No matter the point spread.
Kansas and Rupp Arena, no matter the point spread.
Kansas and Rupp Arena, no matter what the spread comes out as, Kansas is your play.
And Lance, you think it is wise?
I would. Well, first of all, I will take Kentucky plus 10.
Well, no, I'm not going to give you Kentucky plus 10.
What if it comes out Kansas minus 10?
Well, if it does, then I'll take Kansas.
We'll circle back.
But it's not going to come out that way. It's going to come out Kentucky as a slight favorite or Kansas
I
as
think
a slight
Kansas
favorite.
is going to be like a 1-point favorite.
Oh, it's going to be that tight.
Yeah, I mean, Kentucky's 11-1 in Rupp this year.
So Dunaway's basically saying it's a pick 'em. Kansas is going to win the game outright, is what you're saying.
And I don't think it's going to be close.
Kentucky has looked better than Kansas of late. Kansas is playing better teams. That's the thing you got to remember about Kansas. Yeah, they're on a losing skid, but look at the teams they've lost to.
This will be one of those great if you're a contrarian, this will be one of those where everybody will be looking, Kansas has lost 3 in a row. Kentucky's been fixed. It's Rupp Arena.
Well, I think
a lot of people
gamblers are a little smarter than they used to be.
Yeah, but once you have a lot
the public isn't, though.
Once you have a lot of people, though, Kentucky catching points at Rupp, how often does that happen?
Yeah, but if you watch college basketball, you know Kansas is a much better team.
I do, but how often is Kentucky catching points at Rupp? Once you have a lot of people that are like, I never get a chance to play Kentucky as a home dog.
I mean, I'm looking. Kansas will possibly. I mean, it could be one way or the other. Tennessee's not going to be favored at Kentucky, I wouldn't think, because Kentucky already beat them. And Thompson Bowling, and Alabama does not come to,
No, they don't go to Rupp.
This will be the only opportunity they have at being
so,
involved.
I think you'll have a lot of that done ways. You got a lot of people like, I'm getting Kentucky catching points at home. I never get them as a home dog.
Interesting game last night to show you how tough the Big 12 is. Number 12, Iowa State beat Kansas State 80-76. Kansas State's number 5. Little bit of their Cinderella rise, where, by the way, Kansas State was picked dead last in the preseason projections in the Big 12, and they have risen to number 5 in the country. Iowa State, who's also a good team, beat Kansas State last night.
I don't know how you would determine this, but if your life was on the line and you had to do a Big 12 power rating, how would you even do it?
Be tough right now. But back to Iowa State, TJ Otzelberger, they always get good coaches. And we remember
it's a really good program. It's just I don't think they've ever won a national championship, have they?
No, they haven't.
But boy, they're consistently good, except for our buddy Steve Prom. He did not do well there.
Been to the Final Four. So Johnny Orr, You had Larry Eustace.
That's right.
You had Fred Hoiberg.
Went to the mayor. Did it go straight from Eustace to the mayor?
Yeah,
there was nobody in between, right?
Then Otzelberger, man, is doing a great job with this team.
What would you like for lunch? Give me the Alzenburger, please.
Oh, if you're a burger joint, you don't have a TJ Alzenburger. I don't know what's on it, but you're missing a great marketing opportunity.
Greg says, anyone notice the Kansas students wearing the I Love Dick T-shirts in honor of freshman Grady Dick? Absolutely. And all the way back to football season, we showed it to you here on the show that it was the hottest selling T-shirt in Kansas at the bookstore on campus. A great NIL opportunity for him, Grady Dick at Kansas, who's really good on the court. Had 24 the other night in a Kansas loss.
He can shoot it, and I would say those shirts are probably going to sell for the next 3 years.
You think he'll stay in school that long?
Oh, you think he'll be in school that long?
He doesn't go to the NBA?
Yeah, he will.
Yeah, I think those shirts will sell for a long, long time, even after Grady Dick has left the.
They're good and colorful. Kansas got great color scheme.
Yeah,
they do. I agree
Red,
with
white,
that.
and blue, right?
Yeah.
If you're Grady Dick Rockstar, you're a good business mind. Do you try to trademark the phrase "I love Dick"?
That's gonna be tough.
Ooh, that is gonna be tough.
Yeah.
And you fighting for that and going to the office.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like you're fighting so hard for it.
Hopefully, this is not the new Michael Buffer. You'll never be able to say it on the air,
That's
Rocky,
right.
if they do it.
Yeah.
I will never not say that. You can't take that away from me.
Pry that on my cold
I'm
dead
a
ends.
Richard fan. I will be a huge Richard fan for the rest of my life.
Yeah. By the way, just trying to get that website's going to be hard, probably.
Probably. So I'm going to guess that domain is already claimed.
Yeah.
Can I check real quick?
Yeah, fire away. Company computer.
We don't have HR. Go ahead.
Yes.
Doesn't bother me.
No HR department here.
All right. Don't Rockstar.
No, not on that screen. I don't want to see it.
I don't want to see it, Rockstar.
Yeah.
It could be in my personal search history. Okay. It says welcome back. That's not me.
Please enter your password. We've already got your email address saved.
All right. That's the basketball world. LT, tell us a little bit about our friends at Redmond Distilling. We get ready for Charles Barkley's Final Pour again this year when we get to March Madness. So make sure you're doing your homework to study college basketball so you can win the bracket this year.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Locally owned and operated. Ask for it by name. One of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka is Charles Barkley. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled. Available at your local package and ABC stores, including the Beverage Place. Pink package. Again, ask for it by name. Available in 20 states. Redmont Vodka.
Rockstar, while you get cut number 8 queued up for me, I'll ask you guys this question. We all felt like last week in the NFC playoffs that Brock Purdy would come back to earth, that maybe he'd be the reason why the Cowboys would win the game. It ends up Dak Prescott maybe cost the Cowboys a chance to win the contest. 19-12 the final. Did you think Brock Purdy came back to earth last week? Was it a pedestrian game or was it a typical Brock Purdy game? What grade would you give Brock Purdy on his performance last week?
Oh, I thought he was fine. The numbers weren't great. But still, he
outplayed Dak.
Yeah, he outplayed Dak, didn't make mistakes. That's all they want. All Kyle Shanahan wants is don't make mistakes, put in your playmakers' hands, and let our defense. And that's what's fascinating about this matchup. Yeah, the best defense against the most dynamic offense in the NFL.
Yeah, 19 of 24, 219. If I tell Kyle Shanahan 19 of 24, 219, no interceptions.
That's efficient.
Yeah, I think Kyle Shanahan's like, I'll trust that my run game can do the rest. I'll trust Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey can do the rest. And if I double down and say, all right, you're playing Dak, he's got that number, and he's the better of the two quarterbacks, Shanahan's like, I don't even need to see the film. We win the game.
So now everybody kicks it down the street a little bit. They're thinking, well, this will be the week Brock Purdy has an off game. Christian McCaffrey, after the game on Sunday, Sunday, was talking about just the importance of Brock Purdy and maybe something that has surprised him since Brock Purdy has taken over.
It's still a relatively small sample size with Brock in terms of the number of starts he's had. Is he at the point where he's not really surprising you, like with the way he's playing, given the stage and everything that's at stake at this point?
He's you see it every day in the way he prepares. You see it in practice, and in games, he's just been an impressive guy to be around in the huddle. So, I'm not shocked anymore. Just who he is now.
Best quarterback Christian McCaffrey's played with so far is Cam Newton.
Cam Newton.
Yeah.
Does Brock Purdy become the second best quarterback he's played with?
Garoppolo's still better than Brock Purdy.
Was Christian already on the team before the injury?
Yeah. He was.
Was it his first game, though?
Might have been his first game.
So he played one series with him?
All right, Matt, his first or second, it was against the Dolphins. I mean, that's where Garoppolo got hurt and went to Purdy because Purdy came in and I thought, well, Miami's got this game, and he came in and it was fantastic.
It was like the first 49er drive, I believe.
It
right?
was, yes. 49ers' first possession that Garoppolo went out of the game. And
so Purdy doesn't get credit for that win, but he was
won the game.
quarterback.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He was basically the quarterback of record. So he did not play much with Garoppolo. So long term, I mean, it's Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
I mean, if San Francisco ever gets an elite quarterback, watch out.
Well, what do you do if you're John Lynch, who may be the best in the business right now at building a roster? Hats off. By the way, my friend Laura Britt, who works out at friends of the show too. She works out at NBC Bay Area, covers the 49ers. I tweeted about how quick John Lynch got down. They did a study, 2 minutes and 17 seconds from the owner's box or GM box to the sidelines. 2 minutes and 17 seconds.
That's pretty strong.
Yeah, because they showed him on the broadcast saying it's an incomplete pass.
Right.
They go to review, and then they show him on the sidelines at the end of the game.
One play later.
2 minutes and 17 seconds.
Well, speaking of John Lynch, he's the guy that wanted Trey Lance. I think they swung and missed on that. We don't have a huge sample size. We know they don't respect Jimmy Garoppolo. If Brock Purdy continues to play like this, and it's not great, but if you give me 19 of 29, 214, no picks for the next two games, they win a Super Bowl, I don't know how he's not your number one going into camp next year.
You can't do all these things in the NFL. You can't do them all. So I'm going to ask you, you be John Lynch. Do you break the bank or focus on getting an elite quarterback and know that now I'm jeopardizing keeping Deebo Samuel and Christian McCaffrey and that defense? Or do you say, I'm just going to focus on Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, keep as much of that defense together, and do what I can at quarterback? Because you can't do all of them at once. It just doesn't work that way in the NFL.
I believe that I would like to ride with a quarterback manager and the roster that
I think I would too.
The way they've designed that roster.
I think I would take
knowing there will be some games that we will lose because the quarterback is not dynamic, and we just get into a game he's got to be dynamic, and maybe that is an NFC championship or a Super Bowl. But I'd like to take my shot with my defense and my other weapons.
I'm going to guess Brock Purdy's not making $450,000.
Well, it's got to be league minimum. He was I think he's Mr. Irrelevant.
I think he's making the league minimum.
And you've got that, and you've got that for 4 years, right?
Yeah. I mean, you might lock him up.
Well,
he's making $705,000.
Is that league minimum now?
I doubt that's league minimum.
Okay, so anyway, he's not making anything.
But I mean, you break that down. Half of it he's in California, half of it's going to taxes at least. At least his agent's got 10% of it. I mean, this guy, is he even making his car payment?
I mean, it's cost of living out there. It's probably tough for him to make ends meet.
That's pretty impressive, though. So he signed his deal back June 2nd of this past summer, and they signed him being Mr. Irrelevant. This is pretty crazy. A 4-year, $3.7 million contract. So obviously during minicamps, they saw something with him.
They must have,
to lock him up 4 years.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think if I'm John Lynch, I marry Jimmy Garoppolo. I think I try to do
at this point now.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, guys. I mean, look, this Brock Purdy story is a nice story, but do y'all really think this is a guy you can build an NFL franchise around?
Again, if he wins the next two games, I mean, they're almost equivalent quarterbacks. I think Jimmy G's a little bit better, but not better where I would pay him $25 million compared to $700,000.
I mean, y'all have watched a lot of NFL football in your life. How often does this happen?
Doesn't happen.
It doesn't, and that's why. I mean, I know he looks really good right now, but how often, Dunaway, does the third teamer, Mr. Irrelevant, come in a situation like this and you don't miss a beat?
Well, it doesn't happen, but Tom Brady was the 6th round pick, and what point did we stop saying, oh, when does this track?
Yeah.
When does this thing come off the tracks?
But at what point does everybody say, compare a guy to Tom Brady? Like, hey, it worked for Tom Brady. Okay, well, give me the second one. Give me the other one it worked for. Right? So now what you got is a statistical outlier in Tom Brady, and I just think Brock Purdy's in with the rest of the group. I don't think he's in the Tom Brady. Hey, but I'm not John Lynch, man. But I'm telling you, I would do what I can to keep those running backs and that offensive line and that defense and take what I can get at quarterback.
We'll talk about Kuiper's mock draft coming up in a little bit. Hats off to Auburn. They rolled down a McDonald's All-American last night. Nobody will notice because Bronny James got all the headlines. LeBron's kid. He's a McDonald All-American. There are 24 of them. But Aiden Holloway, a point guard, Auburn commitment, is one of the 24 McDonald All-Americans. There are 4 Kentucky players on there, I believe 3 Duke commitments that are on the McDonald's All-American team. Bronny James, who hasn't committed yet, is going to choose between USC, Ohio State, and Oregon at some point. But one Auburn player, and Holloway, is on that McDonald's All-American team this year.
We have a stake bet on, I believe Calipari will get them back to another Final Four. It seems to be difficult to do it with a bunch of freshmen. But if you're going to do it, next year's the year. You've got the top prospect, you've got number 3, and you've got number 4.
Yep.
And what I'm doing if I'm Calipari is I go out and I try to find a guy like Mark Sears out of the portal.
Yeah, get a good, solid portal guy.
Yeah, a glue guy that's got experience that can also be a leader in that locker room. You get a couple of those guys with that kind of talent, watch out.
Bronny James is a 4-star recruit. USC, Ohio State, or Oregon? Where do you think he goes?
Oh, he's going to be big NIL. Not that he needs it.
It's Oregon or USC for me. I think Ohio State was just a nod to he and his pops are from Ohio.
Yeah, I think it's going to be West Coast. I think it'll be USC.
I think it'll be USC as well. Just my guess. We'll see. Don't put that in the
but how good
24/7 locked category.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of people that think if his dad were Fred Thompson, who changes tires at the local, auto body shop, that this kid's not a McDonald's All-American. I have no clue. I've never seen him take a shot. I'm just telling you, there are a lot of people that are going to say that.
All right, when we come back, we'll do trash today, and Todd Fuhrman and Andy Kennedy in the final hour of the show. This hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. How good on this day where the high temperature today, by the way, was at 2 a.m. this morning.
Yikes.
Going down colder and colder. By the time we're done with the show today, it'll be 48 degrees here. How about a hot fried chicken meal right now at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken? You get it at champyschicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the Next Round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Everyone watching to see what Mahomes looks like today at Chiefs practice. The NFL world will go crazy after that as we get ready for championship weekend. Brown is going to tell us about the wonderful world of wills and then tell us the McElroy and Patrick Reed scuffle or whatever. They're in Dubai, and Patrick Reed yesterday tried to talk to McElroy, who didn't talk to him, and as he walked away, he threw a tee at him and hit him.
There was now video. That is a bit of an overstatement. On
That's the way the article read.
I know.
Brown will break it all down for us after he tells us about the classic World of Wills coming to Birmingham, a place we all need to go and enjoy this year.
The 52nd annual O'Reilly Auto Parts World of Wills. February 3rd, 4th, 5th at the BJCC. Hot rods, race cars, antique cars, classic cars, custom imports, motorcycles, all there. Listen, Friday night, Thompson Square is going to be there, 6 o'clock. They're going to do a 30-minute concert, followed by an autograph session with the band. Iron Resurrection. Rockstar never misses an Iron Resurrection. Joe and Amanda Martin from that show are going to be there. And then don't forget, Saturday, JJ Jimmy Walker from Good Times is going to be there taking photos with you, signing autographs. He'll be on our show next Thursday. So you'll hear the creator of the Dynamite line from Good Times. You get your tickets in advance at any Birmingham area O'Reilly Auto Parts, or get more info at worldofwills.net.
And did you give the dates? It's not.
I did.
Not
February 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Yeah, so that's next weekend, right?
That is correct.
I look forward to that. Now, give me the update on McElroy and Patrick Reed.
So backstory: Patrick Reed is not well liked to begin with. Left for the Live Tour, which is the competitor to the PGA Tour, which Rory now is the face-off and has been very outspoken about how those guys, they're traitors or whatever. So there's a lot of tension there. And Patrick Reed also has shotgunned out these defamation suits. Anybody that said a bad word about him, he's suing them. He approached Rory on the practice tee at the European Tour event in Dubai yesterday. The caddy shook hands with him, and he reached out his hand to shake hands with Rory. Rory completely stonewalled him, ignored him, didn't even look at him. As Reed is walking away, he reaches in his pocket and throws some tees back out. A lot of people said he threw a tee at Rory and hit him. The video does not show that. Rory was asked about it today, and he's like, look, the guy said what he has said, but he has picked his fight. And he's like, the dude is suing me for defamation, and he had the process server deliver the papers to my house on Christmas Eve afternoon. I'm at my home with my family on Christmas Eve, and that's when he has the papers delivered.
That's pathetic.
It is pathetic. And Rory said, if you're going to act like that, I'm not going to talk to you.
Yeah.
Say what you want to say about me, but if that's the way you're going to conduct yourself, I don't think you should expect me to shake hands and be buddies with you.
Well, I think that bridge is burned forever.
I do believe it is. And who is not pulling for them to be paired in the final round or something? Wouldn't it be fantastic?
Well, and I don't want him in the final round of a major because I have a stake bet long ago that Patrick Reed never wins another one through 2024. At some point with him being in the Live Tour, is it going to be harder for him to get into the major events?
Well, he's always in the Masters. What year was that he won the Masters? Those will start to cycle off, and it will go to world rankings, which would make it more difficult. More difficult. I'm not saying impossible, but more difficult, yeah.
We're not to the point yet, though, where the Live guys are cycled out of those world rankings yet, right?
Not yet, but the fewer events they play that give world ranking points, they'll continue to drop.
That's interesting. Not a lot of people cheering for Patrick Reed out there. All right, we are cheering for trash. We do it every day at this time. LT has them, so let's hit it.
Trash.
They want it, Rockstar. You hear the crowd. Hit it, man.
They're not booing.
I have you on camera, and I have you.
I'm not threatening you. I'm going to go over and cut that.
Is this your plant? I have no incentive to give you any positive politeness at all, do I? You were nothing but rude and belligerent. Have a good day, ma'am.
Oh, you son of a bitch!
Yes, you too. Thank you.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, surging interest rates may be weighing down your decision to buy a home, but Mortgage Right has a program that can lift the burden. If you're looking to save money on a new mortgage, temporary interest rate buy-down may be just what you need. Mortgage Right's temporary buy-down program, it lowers the initial interest rate during the early years of your mortgage, giving you a chance to save money in a more demanding housing market. Rates are on the rise, so it's more than wise. Consider that temporary interest rate buy-down. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started, or call 205-815-9200 if you're in Birmingham. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender. Our friend Patty the Office Chick sent me a couple of stories. First of which,
he used to do all the trash, didn't he?
He did back in the day, yeah. And he had logos on it and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
He was working hard back at that desk.
The old sales office, yeah.
Hey, Rocky, what state was it that you did the license plates where the DMV was rejecting them?
There've been a bunch. There's been Nevada. Like every day they release like Nevada.
I've got Carolina. Alabama. You want Alabama's?
It better not be in Bear Bryant.
Here's just a few. AUSCKS.
AU sucks. Auburn sucks.
Did not get through.
Yeah. Well, they left out a letter, too.
FJ Biden.
Oh, wow.
Didn't make it.
Didn't get in?
Johnny?
FD Trump.
Wow.
Didn't make it.
Both sides. At least they were consistent.
Skank.
Doesn't make it?
No. Can you imagine if you had
I'll take Skank 1.
A 22-year-old daughter that went to get her license?
Came back with
Skank. Skank.
Yeah.
There was a time we thought that was the state bird.
Oh, my.
I mean, I'm high as one.
Wow.
Spank me.
Hello.
Oh, what's wrong with that?
You get a lot of traffic chasing down some of these. Anthrax. No-go.
It's a good band.
All right, man.
Scotty Ian.
We crap.
We crap?
Mm-hmm.
That's just a fact.
Yeah.
Orgy with a Y or orgy with an I-E.
Either way you try to spell it, we're not doing it.
A list of more than 5,000 license plates have been banned due to offensive contact. They say they refer to sex, drugs, violence, race, body parts, or other subjects. I just let them have it because I think it's so stupid to begin with. And if you really are going to waste money on something like this.
Race. You know what? I want to be super racial. My license plate.
I'm not racist, but this is a good joke.
Next one from Patty real quick. Florida woman, here's the headline. Florida woman rescued from storm drain for third time in less than 2 years.
So I saw the headline on this story. You know how often I just see headlines and move on, right?
Yep.
Clicked on this one because I'm like, how does this happen 3 times?
I can't click on it because of what happened in there. By the way, Lunsford, I'm going to need you to take a look at my computer.
She got in a fight with her spouse or something like that. I think that's one of the, there's a Seinfeld episode where a guy gets upset and he goes to the woods and starts digging a hole. So this is her thing. I think she gets upset and she goes into the drain pipe.
Yeah, the story lost my attention very quickly.
But if you see the body of water, if you could pull it real quick, I mean, I can't believe she would even get in that. You know there's alligators.
Oh, yeah, in Florida, yeah. I mean, it's a canal.
Yeah, it's a canal, and there's no visibility. And so for her to get down in there and to climb into this storage drain or storm drain is insane.
That does sound insane, LT.
I think she might be.
You think so? Yeah. Yeah, so Rockstar's got the, eventually, it'll get to the photo. I saw the story. Yeah. It's pretty filthy in there, too, Rocky.
So she crawls down in there?
Yeah.
Though I think that's one look at it.
That's going down. I mean, from up top.
Yeah. There she is in a
She's
selfie.
got crazy eyes, too.
A little bit. See, they had to get her out on the ladder.
Knees.
Yeah.
Boy, they are wasting money on her. I mean, how much money is that? Look at all that manpower.
Had to go blurred, so I don't think she's got anything on.
No, they got a sheet covering her.
Yep.
Okay, here are iconic songs that were almost sung by someone else. Now, one that's not on here, Umbrella from Rihanna. I know you love Rihanna, right?
I do. S&M is my favorite song. She's singing halftime of Super Bowl this year.
I'm not excited about it. But Britney Spears was supposed to do Umbrella. She turned it down.
Oh, she did? Oh, it would have been very good with Britney Spears.
Rihanna,
not as good, though.
Speaking of Britney Spears, TLC actually declined Baby One More Time. The songwriters Max Martin and Rami Yacoub thought their song could be a fit for the 90s girl group who saw major success with similar titled Baby, Baby, Baby. However, band felt like it didn't align with their style. When T-Boz was asked about it, she said, quote, good for Britney, but was I going to say hit me, baby, one more time? Hell no.
I was.
You would for that money, 1,000%.
Because Left Eye was the one doing the hitting back in the day, right?
She was doing the burn
both ways.
We were going down the road the other day, and Waterfalls came on.
Oh, great song.
It is a great song. And I said, I can name T-Boz and Lisa Left Eye Lopez. I cannot remember the third. Chili.
Yep.
That's right. I could not remember it for some reason.
Yeah, Lisa Left Eye was, what country was she in when she passed away in that traffic accident?
I don't know. South America somewhere.
But then I started telling my daughter the Andre Rison story. And my wife remembered it, but she didn't remember it was Andre Rison from the family. She didn't know who Andre Rison was.
To the ground.
Yeah.
Started in a tub, like the bathtub.
Yeah,
She
she
was
burning his shoes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honduras.
Look how young
Honduras?
Brittany looks there.
Yeah, but even back then, look at her eyes. Crazy eyes right then,
Oh,
too.
yeah. Oh, yeah. She's been crazy.
I still wear my shirt like that.
Which one? Like TLC or
no,
Brittany?
No, like Brittany. Sometimes it gets hot.
I'd love to have TLC's abs.
What would you do with them?
You'd wear that Dolce Gabbana.
That's what I'd wear to work every day, Rockstar.
You would be the most, if you were in really good shape, you'd be the most uncomfortable guy.
Anybody else hot?
I mean, you wouldn't wear sleeves.
Oh, I'd be shirtless on the show sometimes. I'd come, I don't know, dress up like on Halloween, like Tupac or something, do the host. Oh, wait a second. Sorry.
Boom! Shakalaka.
Wow.
Yeah, boy, I'm shirtless a lot.
shot
Okay, so
there.
yesterday you guys went Eli Manning over Neil Diamond. Did you guys
easy call.
realize that Neil Diamond wrote and recorded I'm a Believer before the Monkees ever did it?
Oh, wow.
It's his song,
Oh,
huh?
terrible song.
Then I saw her face.
Now, the
I'm
head
a
of the
believer.
record company freaked out. Diamond told Mojo magazine back in 2008, according to People, he said, quote, he went through the roof because he felt that I had given a #1 record away. I couldn't have cared less because I had to pay the rent and the Monkees were selling records and I was being paid for my
I
record.
respect the honesty.
That's right. Hey.
I remember this story. Billy Idol actually passed on Don't You Forget Me by Simple Minds, theme song for the Breakfast Club.
You know, that's the first one that seems like it fits a little bit, though. I could hear Billy Idol singing that one.
Give me a little Billy Idol singing that, Rockstar. What would it sound like?
Wow, don't you? Wow, forget about me. Wow.
I mean, he would have made it a little heavier than what they did.
Billy Idol would have been fun to party with back in the day.
You
I
think
bet.
so?
Yeah, probably. Anyway, the Scottish rock band, which I don't think Simple Minds did much. They did a couple of other things.
They did. Was there other song? They got another good song.
People are people. Is that them?
Checks for Free? Was that them?
No, that was Dire Straits.
I thought it was People are people. Anyway, they had to meet with John Hughes. He talked them into actually doing the song. How about this?
Alive and Kicking. Alive and Kicking
Yeah.
is a great song.
Yeah. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do this song that'll define our whole band forever.
Rod Stewart almost performed Physical instead of Olivia Newton-John.
Oh, I could see him doing it.
I could too.
Let's get physical.
I like that.
Physical.
Let's get physical.
Damn, he needs to wash that hair in that one.
What am I doing, Richard Cheese instead of
Yeah.
Rod Stewart?
What do you want to wear on stage? You want to wear a jacket? Yeah, but I'm not going to do a shirt. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's
So
Rod
wear the
Stewart.
jacket, no
Tie or
shirt.
no tie? Oh, I'll take the
I'm
tie.
gonna do a belt around my neck.
Braided belt.
Could be a leash. And finally, Take Me Home Country Roads. Could have been a Johnny Cash song.
Well, John never wrote it, though, didn't he? Am I wrong about that?
No, co-writers
He did?
Bill Danoff and Taffy Nevert penned the classic in hopes that Cash would record it. Once John Denver heard it, though, he insisted the song be his. In fact, he stayed up all night with the duo to help put the finishing touches on the track.
How would Johnny Cash sound like singing?
Much
Take
deeper.
me home, country roads, West Virginia.
I'll jump to this one. New chatbot that lets you talk to AI versions of historical figures caused a little controversy by charging users to talk to the one and only Adolf Hitler.
Oh, no.
Oh, hard pass. Thank you.
See, I don't know. I'm trying to look at it. It's confusing. It's an app you can download. There's like over 20,000 historical figures you can talk to, but I don't know if it's like a text chat or if it's something like it's like a visual thing that you can hear.
I'm sure there's something to it. You know, they had the Samuel Jackson app where he would call you and, Snakes on a Plane or whatever.
Yeah.
And he would
you.
personalize it with your name in there.
Back-to-back days, the Hitler name has been brought up on the show.
What was yesterday? I forgot.
I don't know, but he brought it into the conversation somehow.
Well, anyway, the iPhone app called Historical Figures uses the Chat GPT algorithm to generate virtual versions of dead people from Jesus all the way to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it's developed by a 25-year-old sedant, who cares? App gives you access to 20,000 historical figures, including Abraham Lincoln, Benjamin Franklin, Daniel Boone, Genghis Khan, JFK, Adolf Hitler, Osama bin Laden, and Tupac.
Genghis Khan. Genghis, what are you out running tonight, Genghis?
He's running ass. That guy ran ass.
This is the point where Brown reminds you do not need an app to talk with Jesus, right?
That's absolutely right, Jim. Open 24/7. Yes. Very good. He's there all the time, Jimmy.
Thank you, Brownie.
Yeah, it's good. I actually thought about it, but we moved on. But yeah, you need no app to talk to Jesus.
And that's trash?
Yeah, when you want to buy a home, don't wait on rates because they may not wait on you. Interest rates are a little higher, and if you wait to buy, you'll be left out. So let our friends at Mortgage Right help you get the lowest rate available. Build a plan to take advantage of lower rates when they're back with a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance programs, and a variety of loan products. Mortgage Right can help you buy quickly. Take advantage of the increased home inventory. They've got the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Don't stand on the sidelines. Buy your new home today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200.
And the hour brought to you by Champy's Chicken. We'll jump into Kuiper's mock draft. Some Alabama love? Absolutely. We'll see how high Will Levis is in the Kuiper mock draft when we come back right here on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon podcast. The Athletics' Aaron Suttles is part of our Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Let's see. Let's test Rockstar's memory before LT asks him the Odie's question. How many days until week 0 of college football? I asked you this yesterday, Rockstar. You missed it. I told you the answer. So now minus one more day. How many days to week 0 of college football, Rockstar?
213.
It is 213.
213. Way to go, Rockstar. Hey, after a very emotional moment with Rockstar, which we won't get into.
You can get into it, it's fine.
In the lobby the other day, how many people reached out to you and offered to bring you dinner that night?
Oh, God. Will you please give Jim a compliment?
I don't think you did. You really?
Oh,
I'm kidding.
come on, yes.
You offered to bring him dinner?
I did.
You should have said yes.
They didn't have a baby.
Because he would have been like, son of a bitch. I didn't think you'd say yes.
No. I was on my way to play poker, or excuse me, entertainment at Lunsford's. And
did y'all get rated or something? Why do you keep changing it that way?
Well, I'm just afraid we're going to get rated at some point.
You keep saying poker.
Oh, yeah, boy. I bet that's high on their
Literally
list.
everything we do is legal.
Yeah, look at Lunsford quickly and to point
That's
out.
what you would say, Lunsford,
Right.
obviously.
Boy, whoever kicked that door in would get fired by their superior.
We got him!
Bunch of criminals in here.
You got one contestant, though, that would look like that.
Man, you act like people are picking up 8 balls and strippers are running out.
You don't know. You've never been to Lunsford's.
You remember when they dug Saddam Hussein out of that pipe and he was wearing like half a shirt? Looked like,
He also had like Snickers bars. It was awesome.
But I was going near Rockstar's house, so I was going by our friends at the Diplomat. I was going to pick up a little chili and sandwiches to take over there to him.
That is very kind of you.
He did not want to.
Anytime you're back by Diplomat, feel free to swing some by me.
Bring it by the house.
We actually ate there last night. So.
Is that where you went last night?
Yeah, we did.
I think I planted that seed.
I will say Dunaway picked up my meds last week.
See, I don't get any love for that. Right?
I'm giving it to you.
Just now you thought of it.
I mean, you're going to fish a little bit. I'm going to help you out here.
Because when
you went to the pharmacy for it?
When he was sick the other day, how many of you called him and said, "Hey, can I do anything for you, bro?"
I did it every day, did I not? Or at least every other day. I checked on you and said, anything I can do for you.
Yeah. But I
You
said,
never
hey,
said, I need you to go to the pharmacy.
I'm on my way to Publix. Can I pick up anything for you? Actually, would you pick up my meds?
You know what
Absolutely.
sucks when you feel like complete shit and you drop your prescription off and they're like, give us about 45 minutes.
Yeah, because I want to sit in the car for 45 minutes.
So I went home and then Dunaway said, I'm going to Publix. Can I do anything? I was like, if you could pick up my prescription.
Yeah, that's very kind of you, Jim.
You're nothing short of amazing.
Yes, it's now to me, and I can't think anything he's done nice for me.
Hey, if we start having a man of the year here on Double Down Media.
You are the new Mr. Echo.
I am Walter Payton. I think I'm Walter Payton. I'm the Walter Payton Man of the Year of the show.
Did you just give away my award?
Dude, did you hear what he did?
Mr. Echoes?
Yeah, you just checked on him every other day.
Before we do Kuiper's mock draft, a little conversation about that. LT, tell us about Odie's.
Tonight, Odie's Team Trivia. Make sure you get there a little early. Enjoy some great food from Rodney Davis. The delicious burgers.
Time out.
Award-winning wings.
It doesn't count on Wednesdays unless you ask Rockstar.
Rockstar, what is tonight?
Let me see. Holy hell. Guys, it is Wednesday. That is trivia.
Odie's Team Trivia every Wednesday night. Again, come early. Enjoy some of the great food. Ice-cold beer buckets. Full of Bud Light. We'll have some interesting questions. You get a little knowledge while you're there. It's a ton of fun. Odie's Tavern, Birmingham Institution, right there in Crestline Village.
Can't beat that tonight. Forrester wants his microphone open too. What thank you comes my way, Forrester, from you today?
You supplied coffee today, Jim. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Whose coffee day was it though? It was your day, right?
It was my day.
But I felt like swinging by and picking you up a cup of coffee today. Just
All you do is bitch about stuff I do, and you're so nice to all the rest of these
Do you ever think about yourself, though?
No, he doesn't. He just thinks about pointing out things I do wrong and serving the rest of you. That's all he does.
He thinks that he made your career.
Oh, I know he thinks that. I know. Now he thinks.
I don't think I think that.
But you know what's really bad?
I think is not the word.
What's really bad is now he thinks I think I'm too big, and that's the problem.
I don't think you think you're too big.
Oh my God.
I told you, I know it. He thinks he thinks he made my career, and now he thinks
I don't think I made your career.
And now he thinks I'm outsized in my mind or whatever. I don't know. It's a weird thing.
I mean, did Nick make Kirby's career?
I know he helped him.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Kirby's made his own career.
You think Nick sits around and is like, Kirby's doing TV and I'm not?
Yeah, Kevin's right over there in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Dunaway is the most humble person he knows.
Ironically, I think I'm the most humble person I know too. I think I'm at least the second most humble person out here.
See? I mean,
Mel Kiper, who I absolutely love, not as much as I love Brown, but Mel Kiper has his new mock out there. Doesn't have quarterback going first.
He does not.
He keeps the Bears at number 1, and he goes Jalen Carter number 1. Doesn't go Will Anderson.
You know,
either.
he said he thought about doing a trade here. I love when Kiper gets out on this, and I think ultimately the Bears will trade this. I think there's way too much value with the quarterbacks in this draft and how many teams need quarterbacks. So I think the Bears will ultimately trade out. But he's got Jalen Carter, defensive tackle from Georgia. Should end up being a great player.
And then the twist.
He
does not have Bryce Young, the first quarterback, Brownie. He goes C.J. Stroud.
I don't know that you can go wrong, really. I'd like to see Bryce because he's a state player. But, I mean, do you think you can go wrong with those?
Well, here's what gets interesting. So I saw odds to become head coaches for the open vacancies right now. And at number 2 for the Houston Texans, almost even money, is DeMeco Ryans. And you would just assume if DeMeco gets that job, he still has conversations with Nick Saban. It would be really hard for the Texans, I think, to pass on Bryce Young.
I mean, if I'm drafting, I think I go Bryce Young, but I'm not certain you can go wrong.
I think I would go Bryce Young, too. I think both are going to be really good, though.
Okay, picture support here from Forrester on the back row. Headline today at The Athletic is this right here, a story, what makes Will Levis a real threat to go number 1 overall in the 2023 NFL Draft? Number 1 overall.
A real threat, sickness, arrest.
A fungal outbreak.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of other people in front of him. I say that jokingly because Kiper's got him number 5 here. I haven't seen Will Levis out of the top 5 for anybody.
Yeah. Where did DJ have him? DJ's on the show Friday, Daniel Jeremiah.
I think he had him 4th.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah.
Yep. Arizona 3rd gets Will Anderson. Then Indianapolis 4th with Bryce Young.
If I'm Bryce Young and you tell me I can either play in Houston or Indianapolis, give me Indianapolis every single day. Same division. Much better franchise. Much better franchise.
Can you guys at least, I mean, we had a Steven Garcia career game. We had the game that I can't even remember his name now, Texas A&M last year.
Oh, Zach Calzada.
Yeah, Calzada. We had a career game. Give me Will Levis's career game.
Yeah, he doesn't have one.
I'll give you his best stat line ever. I'll give it to
based on where he's projected, it's like he's had incredible seasons. I don't remember an incredible game.
I mean, it's going to take me a second.
Yeah.
I mean,
first off, he left Penn State because he couldn't win the job.
That is correct.
To a guy who I don't think Penn State fans are happy to see graduate. I think they're happy to see that guy graduate.
Well, Sean Clifford's a better quarterback than Will Levis, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
I'm going to guess. I can look real quick. All right, Tennessee back in 2021, he was 31 of 49, 372, 3 touchdowns and a pick.
Against who?
Tennessee.
Oh. It's his best game.
It was at home. He doesn't have another better one than that. He actually had better numbers this year, 27 of 35, 377, 2 touchdowns, but 2 picks, but that was against Youngstown State. So it's going to be the 2021 Tennessee game was his career game. By the way, an L for Kentucky, but that was his career game.
Yeah. I mean, when I look at Will Levis, who pull up the mock again from Mel Kiper, Forrester, when I look at Will Levis, and he does have him 5th going to Seattle, do you even see Kirk Cousins in Will Levis right now?
No, and Lunsford's right, man. If there's a way to short his stock, we would make a fortune. I just wish there was a way to do that. I wish whoever drafts him, if we could go in and say, hey, look, let's come up with some kind of deal.
Financially here.
You think he's this good?
Tyree Wilson, defensive end, Texas Tech, 6th in Kuipers. There you see the rest of the top 10. For Alabama, by the way, Anthony Richardson, 9 to Carolina.
That's incredible.
Well, if I'm a Carolina Panther fan,
vomit.
And I go from Darnold to Mayfield to that,
I'd vomit.
Vomit,
Jim.
Yes. Down the list to find the next Alabama player in Kiper, you got to go all the way down, still going.
How far are you now?
I'm at 21 now.
I know who this guy is.
22 now. Sure. 23 now.
He had a hell of a last game for Alabama.
24 now. 25 now. Not a lot of Kiper love for Alabama. 26. Get Derek Hall 27th with the Buffalo Bills.
That'd be a nice spot for Hall to land.
It would be. First round anywhere would be great.
Yeah, because,
for
Von
anybody.
Miller, I don't know what the future is for Von Miller.
Brian Branch, 30th to Philadelphia. Is that the next Alabama guy?
That's it.
Well, I've seen him as high as 12.
I mean, if you watch now, look, they're not going to go one game, but boy, the Sugar Bowl, if that's his film, he was all over the field in the Sugar Bowl.
He can do anything.
Yeah. Jordan Battle, as Kevin's saying, pulled out of the Senior Bowl. Anybody heard why? I think it's because Battle's stock is rising so high. Why go down there and let people test you or do any of that? Just save it for individual workouts and go in the first round. Battle or Branch for you, which way do you go? Both are safeties. Both are rated by Dane Brugler at The Athletic as 1 and 2.
I think I liked Branch better. I don't know. I mean, it's tight. They play different positions, obviously. Branch was asked to do more all over the field.
Yeah, I think I like Branch better.
Yeah.
Well, Battle will have a successful NFL career as well. Little Mel Kiper mock draft there. We'll talk to Todd Fuhrman coming up on the other side. Our show today being brought to you in part by our wonderful friends at Ghost Energy Drinks. You see those wonderful, colorful flavors and cans right over my shoulder. We're from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios. If you're looking for a great time on the weekends, Birmingham Racecourse Casino is a great way to go out there and play some of their interesting games they have when it comes to betting on football. It's always fun at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Furman's next from Vegas. Stay with us.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. It is the season of speed event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, and there is no better time to buy or lease a 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI or Veloce model. Now through the end of the year, get 0% financing for 48 months or 1.9% financing for 72 months. Go by and see the great selection and take advantage of the low interest rates while you still can. It's the season of speed event. 48 months, 0% financing. Get into the best car I've ever driven at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Charles in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Why is Anthony Richardson so high as well? It's a great question. Well, maybe I just don't know quarterbacks.
We literally said we would vomit if we were Carolina fans.
Anthony Richardson, I thought he had some good moments against Utah. So much inconsistency, though. And to say he's even close to NFL ready?
Our friends at Hemphill Services, LT, sends out his lock later on. It's brought to you by Hemphill. We're heading out to talk to Todd Fuhrman in the desert about the games this weekend. As you get ready to tell us about Hemphill, our friend Matt Smith in Nashville, southernpigskin.com, championship Sunday since 2001 without Andy Reid and Bill Belichick. 2005, 2009, 2010. That's it. One of those coaches has been playing on championship Sunday every year since 2001, except those 3 years.
That's pretty amazing. For the month of January, get 10% off any plumbing or HVAC service. Call our friends at Hemphill Services. Just mentioned, you heard it right here on the next round. Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemphill Services, they want to make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemphill Services, locally owned and operated, independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Todd Fuhrman knows all the numbers from the desert. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Add Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. He is the former odds maker at Caesars Palace with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Fuhrman, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing well this morning, gentlemen. Hopefully you boys are as well.
We're doing fantastic. You shared a tweet about an hour ago that highlights how competitive Vegas thinks this weekend would be, and I was surprised at the numbers you had there.
And the reality of it is we're talking about four teams that are arguably the four best teams in the NFL right now. I know that'll surprise a lot of people at Buffalo when you look at some of their advanced metrics, but it was a team that was trending poorly. We saw that on full display against the Cincinnati Bengals, and here we are. But to even go one step further, when you look at the odds, not just for the games this weekend, but the overall odds to win the Super Bowl, I mean, we haven't had a field this tightly bunched where you're talking about the favorite at right around 2-1 and the quote-unquote long shot of the board at 3-1 tells you odds makers could throw a blanket over these four teams. Health, matchups, and uncertainty obviously play a major role in determining who comes out victorious on Sunday.
So your stat was, if it goes off at both teams, both games 2.5 or less, which they are right now, it will only be the third time in conference championship weekend history that has happened. That's pretty incredible.
A little bit unusual, to say the least, and we typically see a Cinderella or an upstart team come in a game of this magnitude, at least as more than a field goal underdog. And the way these numbers are going right now, I would be surprised to see any of them really get to 3. The most likely candidate, if Patrick Mahomes was ruled out, which I don't think will be the case, knowing that he's back at practice today. And then when you look at the way that the Philadelphia-San Francisco number has started to move, there is a chance you start to see some 3s pop there, but I think it'll be short-lived.
Todd, we've both been doing this a long time, but I need your advice. I can't shake something. And so last Saturday, I was 2-0 in the divisional round. And then these guys will tell you, for the last couple of months, I've said San Francisco, Cincinnati, Super Bowl. Cincinnati's going to win the Super Bowl. And what do? I play Dallas and I play Buffalo because I'm a contrarian by nature, and just seeing all this money on those sides, I just felt good about that. Is there sometime you've just got to pull back from that and you've just got to go with gut and what you feel is the better team?
I think you have to trust Kurt Fuhrman your numbers as much as anything else. There's so much public money, and obviously every single angle of these games gets dissected. So some of the efficiency that we talk about in the market becomes apparent. But in that Buffalo-Cincinnati spot, I mean, you mentioned it. There was very real professional money that came in on the Bills, drove it out to that 6-point range. Books couldn't hold that number with a little bit of public support coming in on the underdog, especially on the money line. And you watch a couple drives there and go, wait a second, I'm not sure Buffalo's got a chance. But a play here, a play there, as we can always say in the NFL, maybe that game turns out differently. Meanwhile, the 49ers-Cowboys game, I know it was only 19-12 on the scoreboard, but you look at a lot of the advanced metrics, yards per play, and everything else. Clearly, the 49ers were the better football team, and we'll see if they're able to carry that forward this weekend, where for the first time you're getting public support coming in against San Francisco, part of the reason this number has started to surge a little bit.
And speaking of public perception, you hear a lot about Joe Burrow and the Bengals 3 straight over the Chiefs, and it just seems like Kansas City's having to push a rock up the hill against the Bengals. But I don't remember those games being big blowouts. How close do you have these two teams? And even in those past games, how close were those games?
Definitely not blowouts. I mean, you look at Joe Burrow being 3-0 in his career against Patrick Mahomes. Each of those contests was decided by exactly 3 points. And here we are with a little bit of role reversal, obviously, given the uncertainty around Patrick Mahomes and how healthy he will be for kickoff on Sunday. And it's why the Bengals have gone from a field goal underdog where this number opened now to a short road favorite. What's interesting about this game, though, if all things were equal and Mahomes came in at 100%, you'd have been looking at Kansas City before last weekend as a 4.5, 5-point favorite despite that so-called dominance from Cincinnati. This may just be a game where Kansas City's defense has to raise its level of play. And the Bengals, a team that despite coming in with a long winning streak, haven't exactly been trending all that well. They had the number against Buffalo. They obviously showed it from an offensive capability standpoint. But you look at how they performed in 2 games prior against the Ravens, even a game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Should be fascinating to see what Steve Spagnuolo can scheme up to try and slow down this Bengals offense.
By the way, Andy Reid just met the media at the end of the last hour, said that Mahomes was in the walkthrough, expects him to practice today. So that's the update from Kansas City. Todd Fuhrman is with us from the desert in Vegas. BetTheBoardPodcast.com, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman on Twitter. In the NFC Championship game, Fuhrman, who's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I continue to wait for Brock Purdy to fall on his face. A road play, I mean, he's continued to do first. He had never started. He had never played a road game, never started a playoff game. A road playoff start, though, I mean, if you're a rookie quarterback that is going to finally realize, boy, I am way in above my head, a road NFC Championship game would be a good spot to do it.
Definitely a much greater challenge than what he's faced so far this postseason. Now, of course, the weight of expectations aren't there in this spot the same way they were when you're listed as a favorite against a divisional rival in the Seahawks the first round or against the Dallas Cowboys last weekend. The one thing we've seen from Brock Purdy is that he holds on to the football for a long time, right around 2.8 seconds, which will rank him 25th out of 34 qualifying quarterbacks. Philadelphia has shown an ability to get after opposing quarterbacks. 70 sacks, leads the league. The pressure rate, though, they generate not quite on the same level as what Purdy encountered last week against the Cowboys. And I think when you're looking at the 49ers, this is where everybody else has to raise their level of play. You need the defense to be on point. They have to try and disrupt some of the RPO components that we've seen from Jalen Hurts, take away Dallas Goedert, and figure out what they're going to do with that tandem of talented Philadelphia wide receivers. So for me, coming into last weekend, I made this game much closer to a pick'em. So as the number continues to drift out, I'm going to be more and more intrigued by trying to make a strong, compelling case for taking the 49ers despite having a rookie quarterback making his road playoff debut, catching a field goal, hoping that Kyle Shanahan will be a little bit more aggressive with his game plan than the conservative tendencies we saw in the first half against Seattle and for the large part of 4 quarters last week against the Cowboys.
You know, I was looking at the current odds. You talked about how close bunch these 4 are together to win the Super Bowl. And it had the date starting with after the Super Bowl last February all the way to where we are right now. And I thought it was interesting. Cincinnati at one point in early November, I think it was, they were 35-1. Is there any of these 4 teams that create liability for books out there?
Not from the books that I've spoken to. I mean, no real surprise on a couple of these teams being there when you look at the way the progression of the season has gone. Philadelphia was a trendy pick by many to make the playoffs. You know, their price is 22-25-1 before the year. So I'm sure there are some books on the Eastern Seaboard that'll have some liability there. San Francisco is a team that kind of ping-ponged all over the place. The peak of the market that I saw for them, right around 25-1 when Trey Lance dealt with the injury. Jimmy Garoppolo comes back, and we've seen them rattle off victories. So I don't think, at least to this point, I'll do a little bit more digging when we know who the final 2 combatants are in terms of books that have a real major sweat for these teams, given that they were expected to be here by many. They were aggressive moving their odds. And Kansas City, of course, second favorites coming into the year behind only the Buffalo Bills.
We of course, are a basketball crazy state now with Auburn and Alabama here in our state. Tonight, some interesting contests. A lot of people still are not buying Texas A&M, who are only 1 loss in the SEC, and Auburn with their 1 loss in the SEC. Tonight, the game in Auburn, Texas A&M and Auburn, the small line surprised all of us here on the table. What do you make of that game tonight, and how do you perceive both of these teams to this point of the season?
Yeah, you mentioned the way that both teams have performed so far this year. I think Texas A&M a little bit more surprising, given what their record looks like overall. A team that obviously dropped the last game that we saw against Kentucky. This number for me actually appears to be, a little bit short. And I think when you look at where these teams are trending, you can make a case that, Auburn should be more in that 5.5, 6 range against A&M in this particular spot. I think A&M, when you dig into their resume and who they've beaten to this point, it leaves a lot to be desired within the SEC. So I don't want to be buoyed by that 5-1 conference record. Meanwhile, Auburn on the other side, they come in a 5-game winning streak of their own, and they've done so in dominant fashion each of the last couple of weeks. So I think when you look at the way Auburn defends from an effective field goal percentage standpoint, this is where they can really clamp down against the Aggies, and I'd look to be laying it here with the favorite as this number ticks from 4 to 4.5.
We're still a couple of weeks away from the first Alabama and Auburn meeting in basketball. It will be at Auburn Arena. Do you have a guess? You may have the numbers, you may not. What the line would be right now if that game were, say they were playing in Auburn tonight? What would the point spread be in Bama and Auburn?
So for me, I make Alabama a very short favorite in that spot, in that -1.5, 2 range. You could see it tick a little bit further depending on current form, but Alabama right now has answered the bell, everything that's been called on. You look at their 17-2 record. This is a team projected by many to be top 5, and you have to go back long before Christmas to find their last loss against Gonzaga. So I think Alabama comes into that spot as a road favorite. Now, I'm not saying I'm running to back the Crimson Tide, but that's what the numbers spit out, and obviously should be a great game, assuming these two teams maintain their current form, which has been outstanding as Alabama continues to put a giant target on their back as the team to beat, not only in the SEC, but very much in contention, obviously, for one of those top 4 seeds.
Hey, last week against the Jags, Travis Kelce's total yards was 81, which seems like a steal. I don't know why we were talking about this. The guy he's open on every play. Why you just wouldn't play is over on the yards. I'm sure they've been adjusted for this game. But is there a player prop that jumps out to you?
When I look at some of the numbers here, I will look at a tight end, but it'll be in the Philadelphia. I think Dallas Goedert is going to have a much more difficult matchup in this spot against the 49ers linebacking core. Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, obviously a massive step up in competition given what he saw last week against the Giants. So I think when you take away a quarterback's primary weapon in the middle of the field, it'll get to be a little bit more challenging. Now, I've seen these Goddard numbers all over the place, so I'd love to be able to get a price that was in the high 50s to have a chance to go over. I don't think it's going to quite get there, but I think Goddard could be the guy that gets shut down completely, or at least extremely limited, given the high-profile potential we've seen. As far as Travis Kelce, though, you mentioned it, LT. A high-volume receiver. You figured the Jags would do something different to disguise coverage there. And with Patrick Mahomes being limited in this particular spot, the Bengals a little bit better in terms of their ability to cover tight ends across the middle. So you'd have to think they're going to scheme something up and force Mahomes to beat him with his secondary weapons on the outside instead.
Can you do us a favor and build us one of those prop bets like that old boy did that won $75,000 on the first people to score? You got one of those on you?
Yeah, I wish I did. To have one of those in the back pocket. Apparently last weekend was the opportunity to bet tight ends to be first touchdown scorers. In 3 of the 4 games, you had gaudy prices, Goddard, of course, being one, Dalton Schultz, Travis Kelce, and the one that didn't come home to roost in the Bengals and Bills game. But I'm sure there were plenty of folks hoping that Hayden Hurst or Dawson Knox was going to find pay dirt. I, unfortunately, guys, do not have that anywhere on my gambling resume or an ability to try and turn $10 into upwards of nearly 6 figures with just 4 events coinciding with one another.
All right, we'll call Mattress Mac then. He'll do it for us.
Oh, wow.
You know what? He may be looking to try and make a few dollars back. I heard he's had a rough go of it, all the money he had invested in the Dallas Cowboys and TCU Horned Frogs over the last couple weeks.
Furman loves Mattress Mac.
Hey, you know what? Mattress Mac is a lot more successful businessman than I probably ever will be. So I would just be a pimple on his ass that he'd get a last laugh. For the millions he's lost at the sports book, he's reaping the benefits selling mattresses.
All right, he is Todd Fuhrman. Follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. That is BetTheBoardPodcast.com. He is with us each week. Thank you very much, Fuhrman, for the time. Enjoy the games.
Always a pleasure, gentlemen. Talk soon.
All right, buddy. Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, we will talk to Andy Kennedy coming up in the very next segment. Before LT tells us about Dr. B, Tulane's defensive coordinator, Chris Hampton, has been hired as co-defensive coordinator out at Oregon. A nice step up from Tulane to Oregon to join Dan Lanning, who's a defensive mastermind, that coaching staff out there in Eugene. So we talked Willie Fritz staying at Tulane. That's a big loss, losing your DC Chris Hampton.
And we talked about how he could stay there and retire, but that does highlight the difficulty of being the Tulane head coach. That guy's not even going as the defensive coordinator. It's just co-defensive coordinator.
Yeah, you wonder if he was waiting to see what Willie Fritz was going to do. And Willie
Yeah.
Fritz saying pretty much, I'm staying at Tulane for life. He had no opportunity to ascend to that takeoff.
Yeah, but the money's got to be crazy different. What Oregon can pay a co-defensive coordinator versus what Tulane's paying the defensive coordinator.
Not only is he a co-defensive coordinator, he's co-defensive coordinator for a head coach who is a defensive
guy.
mind,
right? Yep.
So who's probably the defensive coordinator. All right, Dr. B, defending baldness on your head and doing a great job.
He is doing a great job. I mean, I swear by Dr. B. T3hair.net. Look, get preemptive if you're starting to thin a little bit. Whether it's you or someone you love, make sure you tell them. When it started to happen to me over a year ago, I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein was the name. Everyone said when I went back in for the second consultation, 14% the hairs are already thicker. I've started the second phase, already significant growth. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration right here in Alabama, remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. He takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce quality results for more than 20 years. Women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Again, I do my treatment on the couch, 30 minutes, 3 times a week. So simple. T3hair.net or call 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 and tell him the next round sent you.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. NextRound.store. That's NextRound.store.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or 2 to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
King Real Estate School can prepare you for a new career, and they've got a new class starting January 23rd. It's taught by a working broker who teaches from real-world experience. King Real Estate School even includes exam prep for the Alabama pre-license exam. The full 10-week course is only $399, and discounts are available for military, first responders, and teachers. Visit KingRealEstateSchool.com to learn more or to sign up for the January 23rd kickoff. That's KingRealEstateSchool.com. King Real Estate School license number 154952.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Danny White's now at $2.2 million a year. I'll say that again, $2.2 million a year athletic director in the SEC. He becomes the highest paid SEC AD today, as Tennessee announces that a day after they made Josh Heupel, the latest $9 million a year football coach in the SEC. If you're scoring at home now, I believe there are half the league that is now making more money than Hugh Freeze at $6.5 million.
That's a good gig, though.
So
still.
to be Auburn's coach at $6.5 million and have half the SEC making more money than you is insane money in the SEC in football. We'll get back to that in a little bit, but let's talk a little basketball. We've been talking a little bit about the games in the state today, but it's time, Brown, to talk a little bit about our buddy Andy Kennedy and UAB and where they are right now.
Yeah, tomorrow night, La Tech coming to Bartow Arena, 8 o'clock, CBS Sports Network. Our buddy Andy Kennedy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What is up, Coach? How are you?
What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Not a whole lot. How have you felt your team has responded? You were we played your audio last week. You were very, very, very frustrated.
Yeah, you seem really frustrated, Coach.
Yeah, I don't think you seem that way. I think you were that way. How has the team responded?
You know what? I hate that I was portrayed that way or came across that way. I try to avoid frustration. I think it's the most useless emotion. I mean, if you think about it, most emotions have some use. I don't think frustration does. Disappointed, I would think, was probably where my mindset was. Disappointed first and foremost in myself. Ultimately, I'm the one that put this team together. I'm the one that that puts up the practice plan. I'm the one that puts guys in and out of games. I was disappointed in myself that we just haven't played as well as we were playing earlier in the year. And I certainly wasn't satisfied with the way we were playing earlier in the year. But boy, would I take that now! I felt like I felt like early in the year we were showing some flashes. Our lack of consistency was bothering me, and then the thing just turned on us. You know, the close losses started to mount. I thought our guys were starting to understand. Hey, man, maybe this ball-headed guy is right. Our margin for error is not what we wanted to believe that it was. And then Jelly goes down, which threw a wrench in really everything that we've done. I mean, again, I'm not as dumb as I look. When you've got a guy that can score the ball and make plays like Jelly, most everything you do offensively is designed around his strengths as a player. You remove that, and the games keep coming, and we haven't responded to that as well either. So disappointed, not disheartened, but I think it's an opportunity for this team to grow if we take the right approach.
What is the status of Jelly?
It's still day to day, guys. I thought he was going to play in our last outing against North Texas. He went the 2 days prior. His name was in the starting lineup. You know, you have to put the lineup in. It has to be in by the 10-minute mark before the game, and that's when the officials come over and sign off on it, and then it's official, so everybody knows what's going on. His name was in the book till about 12:30 when he said he could not go, so then we scratched him. But the plan was for him to play. The plan is for him to play Thursday, but again, it's just up to how he feels. Everybody deals with pain differently. We have seen a number of doctors. You know, we're so blessed to be here at UAB. We've got the best in the world right on our campus. And, you know, he's been cleared. Now it's just about how he feels and what he can manage pain-wise.
In the great cinema classic Bull Durham, there comes a point in the season where they needed a rain out and then a streak-busting win, and they did a couple of things to get the rain out. You don't get that in basketball to get a break. How much would just a victory do for your team right now? Just a good quality 40 minutes of basketball and a win, what would that do for the mindset?
Well, that's what we need. I don't think anything else. I have dug deep into the files of my best Newt Rockney speeches, and I'm still coming up a little dry. You know, we just need to win. We need to win. You know, confidence is about demonstrated ability. You know, we're a little bit shook right now. We have guys that are not playing up to their capabilities. We need to win, but the only way you're going to do that is you got to go out between those lines and earn it by making winning plays. At the end of the day, that's where we have been lacking, the inability to make the plays that differentiate winning from losing.
Andy Kennedy with us, the UAB basketball coach, courtesy of a Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. They've been serving Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. You can depend on Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. UAB La Tech down at Bartow Arena Thursday night, 8 o'clock, CBS Sports Network if you cannot make it. You are entering that portion of the schedule, and we just talked about this with Alabama earlier. and Auburn to a certain extent, but Nate Oates was asked kind of about it with Alabama, where you're about to start playing teams for the second time. How does that change things when it is the second meeting?
Well, for us, this would be the first time we have played somebody in our league the second time, meaning La Tech on Thursday. You obviously are familiar. We played them about 10 days ago. It's really our only win in this 6-game slugfest. It was the first game Jelly didn't play. We were anticipating him not playing. Obviously, we didn't let that be known, and I thought our guys responded. It wasn't as if we played exceptionally well, but we dominated them inside. We established an inside presence. We were great off our offensive glass, and we had a number of guys step up in their expanded roles and make plays for us, which allowed us to get to a win. But Louisiana Tech's a team that they've got a kid in Kobe Williams and a kid in Keyston Willis, both of which they combined for 50 points against us in the first outing. They're very, very prolific on their perimeter. They don't have, thankfully, Kenny Lofton Jr. back, who was just a load for us. He's gonna be a great pro long term, I believe, now in the NBA. But he was just a load for us last year in us beating them 3 straight times to capture. The last time, obviously, the most important in capturing the conference tournament championship. But inside, they don't have as much as they had in the past, but they're still a very dangerous team.
Your post game, North Texas. You talked about, you mentioned practice earlier and the shooting drills, and you talked about how bad your team is at shooting the basketball. Was that something that? How legitimate is that? Is this the worst shooting team you've actually ever been around?
Oh, it's legitimate. I mean, it's legit. Yeah. And that's with Jelly, who's a good shooter, but now obviously Jelly's not been shooting them, so it's really raised its ugly head. Yeah, my 16th year as a head coach, and again, I try not to bullshit you guys too much. I try to tell you the truth, and the truth is I've never had a team that shot it this poorly statistically in a number of different areas, and that quite frankly has been surprising to me. Because as we brought a lot of these guys in, because we knew we were losing shooting off last year's team. Last year was we had a top 20 efficiency three-point team in the country, but we were losing. Mike Ertl was a huge key for us. Mike really struggled with his shooting for about a year and 3 quarters. And then the last about 6 weeks of last year, he went on a tear where he literally shot it over 50% and was as big a contributor as Jelly was in our run down the stretch to finish the season on a high note and then to capture the conference championship. We knew we were losing some guys, so we brought in some guys that we thought were going to be more efficient, and it just hasn't happened yet. We'll continue to work at it. We're going to still throw that drill up today. I've changed it a little bit. I'm working on their psyche some, so I've changed it a little bit to try to make the numbers improve, and it has the last couple of days, so I'll continue to tweak.
Our conversation, no bullshit included, with Andy Kennedy, brought to you by Legacy Credit Union. You can cut through the crap with them as well. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of at Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. As a shooter yourself, I assume you never struggled for this length of period. You've seen these guys be able to shoot before, so do you overcoach shooting? Do you step back? Is it the balls you put up in practice? You take a break and you guys go bowling one afternoon? How do you get into the mindset of a shooter? Because the old saying is shooters have got to shoot, so you got to let these guys shoot at some point in the game to break out of this. But how do you manage that?
Yeah, we do have that darn shot clock. And so that means, we do have to ultimately shoot.
So you're telling me if this was 1982, you'd be going 4 corners.
We would be taking the air out of it now. I mean, we would see if we could get to 6 and hold them to 5. But unfortunately, the rules have changed a bit. You know what? As a coach, my job is to put my players in the best position possible to be successful, and that means in the way in which we approach practice and the mental aspect of it, the reps we're getting. And then I've had to try to tweak some things without Jelly that we're doing offensively to try to help create angles and space. That's really all you can do as a coach. You want to create an angle or create some space for your guys to go make a play, and then we've just got to try to hope that the work that they have put in will ultimately come to fruition. And that's really been our approach day in and day out.
All right, it is 8 o'clock tomorrow night, Bartow Arena, Louisiana Tech. Go cheer on the Blazers, help them get out of the schneid a little bit here, and Andy will he'll come up here Friday, and he'll drink a beer with us if they win.
They get a W.
Actually, we got a quick turn. We'll if you guys will meet me in Houston, I'll buy you a beer. We actually we'll leave on Friday, win, lose, or draw, and go to Houston because we got to play Rice on Saturday. So, the games keep coming, which means there's great opportunity, and where there's opportunity, there's hope. We've got to play well and work our way out of this thing.
Oh, wow. Andy quoting American laureate Michael Dubose there for a second. With a
great challenge comes a great opportunity.
Yeah, with opportunities and games.
Hey, you get us on that flight, we'll jump on Houston.
We're going to do a team flight to Houston?
Yeah.
Is there a spot for us, Andy?
Well, you guys, maybe if any one of you have a pilot's license, maybe we can bump on the pilot.
You wouldn't trust
Not us.
You wouldn't trust us with that. All right, Andy, good luck tomorrow night. Always fun talking with you. We'll see you next week.
Thank you, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Andy Kennedy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline presented by Legacy Community Federal Credit Union.
That's right. Always brought to you by Legacy Credit Union. And before I tell you about Legacy, you know what really would help that team tomorrow night?
What would that be?
A packed house or half full house.
You were going to say Steph Curry.
Steph Curry would help.
Steph Curry dressed in a Blazer uniform, yes, would help a lot. But if you are a blessed UAB booster and have one of those courtside seats and you don't always go to the game and you leave it sitting empty, that doesn't help your mentality as you run out of the tunnel either. So go to the game and support the program you love. Go support them and try to help them get back in winning ways, and go put 4,500 or 5,000 in the place and show the team you have not given up on them yet tomorrow night in that home game against La Tech. The folks at Legacy will be there. You can count on them. They're in their seats every night. Legacy Credit Union. They are the folks you can depend on, and they've been proving that to Birmingham, the UAB community, since 1955. Legacy Federal Credit Union. Great folks there who bring you our conversations each week with Andy Kennedy of UAB and Jelly Walker of UAB. Hopefully Jelly back in that lineup tomorrow night, which would help a lot too.
Sounded like Andy expects him to be. Yeah.
Phone calls 205-734-0923. Who we got, Brown?
Well, it's umpire. This guy made some local news here. A lot of people picked up the story about a potential umpire strike when he called us yesterday. Do you have an update on that?
I do have some more information. I do.
Okay.
I also wanted to address a comment that was made on an umpire social media feed that unfortunately the caller mischaracterized the situation. It's not a strike over money, but to address accelerating decline in umpires, time travel, distance, and fan behavior.
All right.
Well, to me, that's a total mischaracterization in my opinion. To me, it's about money. Okay. I did find out that the state has our back, that it's actually the Central Board of Control is what they call themselves, that is holding us up here. And but the state has our back. Like if the schools can all agree on this fee, and they all agree, and it's signed and it's all legalized, then yeah, that's fine with us. But it's the Central Board of Control that's saying, no, absolutely not. And they also, Dunaway mentioned yesterday that the soccer referees, yesterday, we've gone as far as turning our schedules into the schools in contracts to get them back. Like the soccer referees are so deep in what they're doing, they didn't even send their contracts to the schools. Like, so they're further along in this than we are.
Into a strike, right? They're going to hold out. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. And another thing I found out, the schools approved a pay or a cost increase by $1 that the schools could, on GoFans, could charge for tickets. So they approved, that the schools could add an extra $1 to their ticket price. Well, for what we're asking, you just need 20 people to show up, and it's covered the cost. The extra cost of what it would take to pay us over and beyond what we're getting paid. So it's just a few more tidbits of information that I've got that I thought I'd pass along.
All right, thanks for clarifying.
The state's got our back, but, the Central Board of Control, and this seems to me is all this is about control.
So that's the AHSAA Central Board of Control, which looks like it's broken to
it's all the regions,
8 districts.
Yeah, and that's
two reps from each district.
That's who a lot of people point the finger at for the all the situations that they are the ones that make the calls.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
All right, we'll see if when we crank up baseball, I don't know, usually the coldest night in February is usually opening night for high school baseball.
Typically. Yeah, don't get sold off of that one.
If the umpires are out there to start the year, or when soccer cranks up as well for our local high schools here in the state of Alabama. I don't know if in your state, wherever you're watching us, if you've had a problem with high school officiating and the compensations and fans, the way the fans act at games now, and having the lack of number of people that want to officiate high school games because really of the situation that fans have put these referees and umpires in at times. Those numbers are down across the board. It'll be interesting to see if that is a problem that gets addressed here and in our country when it comes to officiating youth sports. It becomes harder and harder, it seems. Always there. It seems like in every season there is one social media post of some referee getting attacked after a call or punched after a call or some kind of altercation after a call. So
used to just happen in South America.
Yep, not anymore.
That's true.
Yeah, the phone has the camera and video on the phone has brought the world closer and opened up the Pandora's box for a lot of behavior in the fans now. So we'll see if they get things worked out before the season cranks up. All right, part of the show being brought to you by Precision Sports. You heard Andy talk about Jelly Walker possibly being back. If you've had an injury, you're trying to get back, Precision Sports can get you back in the game.
Yeah, 2023 is a new year, and there are some new ways to contact your favorite Precision Sports medicine and orthopedic provider. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweaked that shoulder putting up the Christmas decoration, injured your elbow shooting hoops in the driveway. Let 2023 be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Jay says it's a felony to touch a referee in uniform in this state, so start punishing to the full extent of the law and it'll fix all that crap.
Jeez.
Lunsford says that's the next round segment, better known as AHSAA Hates America, segment of the day. I need a sponsorship of that. Just opening up the phone lines is all we do, Lunsford. The people are talking there. When we come back, LT's got 4 downs today. 4 downs brought to you by Vulcan Tire. That is up next right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Everyone makes New Year's resolutions. This year, make the best resolution ever. If you are buying a new home in 2023, use Holly Mack Wilson and get started right away. Let an experienced professional help you get your home ready to sell before the spring buying season. Holly Mack Wilson can help you with all your home buying and selling needs anytime, anywhere in Alabama. Make the best resolution ever and call today 205-901-9446 or online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams agent.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The NFL playoffs are here, and the action has been incredible. Join us every Thursday as we look forward to the weekend's NFL playoff action presented by Pepsi. Pepsi, giving you the NFL and the next round all the way through the Super Bowl.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Back with you on the next round. LT, you got a little something up there.
Okay, so we talked about this. I don't even remember. But Ben, good friend of the show.
DeMar Hamlin.
Was it after DeMar Hamlin?
Yeah.
I guess it was. And I was talking about, I think it's really important for businesses to have AEDs in your place of business because you never know when somebody's going to fall out. And so Ben was nice enough to reach out on behalf of Cardiac Solutions, and they brought us the LifePak CR2 defibrillator. So by the time Ben got here about 10 minutes ago, to me walking out in the lobby, Kelsey was like, I feel comfortable him showing me how to save a life, that I can take this over if anybody drops.
Yeah.
So it's
Do
that
you
simple.
want to try it out on Dunaway real quick just to make sure before he leaves?
Will it shock him if we try it out on him?
Yes.
Okay, well, will that kill him?
We're not going to.
Yeah, it's a hit or miss. Okay.
Well, we got the tool that resurrected.
I know.
Yeah. That's why we have the intern Tyler if we're going to try this.
Okay.
Anybody, it's going to be
Said
Tyler.
he would do it as long as it was filmed.
We're not. This isn't ageism or anything. But if anybody's looking for this, should anybody drop, it'll be next to my seat up here. It's where permanently we'll keep it right here.
No, we're going to have they're getting us a little case, and we'll put it probably out in the hallway, and everybody will be able to.
It would be good customers or good neighbors here. Yeah.
Easy access to it.
No, it's going to be on the 4th floor. I mean, we'll be good neighbors, but only to a certain extent.
But, when I first got involved with the Wedgwood Foundation over 20 years ago, Amanda, who was a Hoover student, she fell out when she was 16 years old. So you really never know.
That's right.
How good of health you're in, what kind of shape you're in, how old you are. Sometimes it just doesn't matter.
And look, and I'm right about this, right? It is so designed and self-explanatory that the average person can open this up and administer life-saving care. And
So
LT.
No, just pop it. Look at it. It shows you.
Back away.
No, it shows you every step.
And walks you through the process.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, first thing we got to do is tear your shirt open, according to step one.
No problem.
You're under 200 today.
Yeah, when you start working out.
Anyway, I mean, look, if this thing was $100,000, it's worth it.
Yep.
I mean, one time it's worth it. These things are very affordable, and I think every business should have it. Now, hopefully, we'll be telling you a lot more about Cardiac Solutions, but we really appreciate Ben and the guys, Ben, John, everybody at Cardiac Solutions dropping that by. But hopefully, we never, ever have to break that glass.
All right. Good stuff there. So, too, our friends at MyBookie keeping you in the game. This keeping you in life, Brownie. MyBookie keeps you in the game. You know what? You can't. Without this, you can't make it to another weekend of football without this right here, Brownie.
MyBookie.ag, code next round. A deposit of $50 or more gets you that cash bonus right there instantly in your account. Now, a lot of places will do that, but you know what a lot of places won't do? They won't let you take it home with you after just one play there.
I find that.
What's that, Jim?
I find that shocking, Brown, that some people will make you not pull that out instantly. Not one bet, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, Jim. MyBookie.ag does that, though. Some places you have to bet 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Not MyBookie.ag. One time, it is yours forever. NFL playoffs this weekend, college basketball. UFC fights, the weekly blackjack tournaments, NBA, all that right there at mybookie.ag. Code next round, mybookie.ag, code next round. Bet anything, anytime, any place with mybookie.ag. Don't forget that code next round for your deposit bonus, any deposit of $50 or more.
Brown, did you say code?
I did.
You know what you need?
Do they have a lightning round?
Yeah, Brown's trying to do this spot from the heart.
Yeah,
Jim.
My bookie, man. My bookie gets you in the game, and it keeps you there.
It does.
4 downs coming up here in just a second with LT. A couple of things you may have missed today. We've talked Auburn and Alabama basketball with Ron Slay, former Tennessee great. He'll be on the call tonight. Told us a fabulous story about his first game in Europe. Where was he? The Asian side of
he was in Turkey.
Istanbul. Yeah, in Istanbul, the Asian side of that, in a crazy rivalry matchup that you've got to go back and hear. It is podcasted for you live.
And I haven't heard commode. Maybe since my grandmother.
I don't know what I ever called it a commode anymore.
I guarantee they did in the mud puddle when y'all finally got it. We got a new commode.
Yeah, you got to go in the commode, Junior.
Santa couldn't come this year. Had to get Mama a commode.
That was before we ripped the shag carpet off of it, LT. We had the shag carpet toilet seat at one point in the trailer.
Hell yeah.
Right now, it is time for 4 downs. 4 great locations of Vulcan Tires, LT.
Yeah, not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 locations, Vulcan Tire and Automotive, including the newest in Pell City. I've sent multiple people there over the last couple of weeks, including my sister-in-law. Got 4 new tires, but anything you need, bumper to bumper for you and your family, brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, these guys can handle it. Again, for more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
Who's at their current job longer, Andy Reid or Nick Saban?
How old is Andy Reid? Now, he's a guy I think that looks older.
Yeah,
I'm going to say
he really is
65.
And Saban looks younger than he is.
I was going to say 61 on Andy Reid.
Oh, I think he's 65.
But you're much better at this than I am.
Andy Reid, American football coach, is 64.
Too old to be drawing mustaches on people on planes.
Everybody, too. It's nonstop.
I know.
You would draw it for the money they're
For
paying.
that kind of money.
Right? I'm going to go Nick Saban.
I think I'll go Andy Reid. I mean, it's an easier life in the NFL. He's at the top of the game.
But could you
He's
see
got a
this
great
scenario?
quarterback.
One more championship and he's done.
If he was to win a Super Bowl this year, could you see him shut it down?
I could, yeah. I could see that.
You know, I had some family issues with the son. And
he did. Is he away now? I mean, he went to prison, right?
Yeah, I think he's locked up.
Yeah, so I don't I think Andy Reid's a guy. Why give it up now, man? You're at the top of the game. You got the best quarterback you could get. I don't know why you would walk away.
I'm not going to bet against Nick Saban. I'm going to say Nick Saban will be there long.
But I think with these, and this is true for both of them. When they walk away, they fear what is next. Saban could walk away from Alabama to ESPN right now and probably make about what he's making.
Yeah, but
I don't think
not the same excitement.
It's not. But I don't think Andy Reid could do that. I don't see Andy Reid on TV.
But Andy Reid also looks like the kind of guy who would wear a Tommy Bahamas shirt, put a to sit there and throw that the guy I hate at the beach. I'm trying to sit there and, it's not a fishing beach. It's a beach we're all there at 38 laying out in the sun. But here's one guy in his little T-shirt who's throwing and casting, baiting up a hook and casting out there. And I feel like he's bringing sharks around my kids.
I told you my buddy's kid got attacked by a shark because of that dumbass that was doing that.
Yeah, I can't stand that. But Andy Reid looks like the kind of guy who would do that. That's why I'm cheering for the Bengals this weekend.
He looks like the guy that's eating the sandwiches on the beach.
Second down.
Okay, current job longer, Hugh Freeze or Nick Sirianni?
Well, there again, Nick Sirianni is in the NFC Championship game in his second year. I mean, the NFC is wide open.
But, 4 years is a long time in the NFL.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, Doug Peterson won a Super Bowl, and how quickly was he fired?
2 years later.
2 years later, right? So I think I'll go Hugh Freeze in this one.
I would go Hugh Freeze as well. I don't think Hugh ever leaves Auburn for another job, and I think he's there for a long, long time. And I can see Sirianni burning out or, coaching long enough to where he gets fired.
Yeah, I think Auburn's got really established. We're talking about the big-time sports. They've got 2 established guys in Bruce Pearl and Hugh Freeze that owe that university a lot for taking another shot on them. So I think they'll be loyal. Hugh Freeze is a hell of a coach. I think he'll have success. I agree with you. I'd go Hugh Freeze.
Third down.
More championships moving forward. Kyle Shanahan or Dabo Swinney?
Kyle Shanahan's going to win them all. He's the best coach in sports, isn't he? That's what they tell us.
You mean X's and O's?
No, well, they said that about Sean McVay last year.
That's right.
Thank you for playing along. That's the answer I thought you would give.
I think I'll go Dabo in this one. I think it's easier to do in the collegiate game.
I think I'll go Kyle Shanahan.
I think I will go Kyle Shanahan, too.
I think Shanahan gets 2, and I don't think Dabo gets 2 again.
I think Kyle gets 1, and I don't know if Dabo gets another one. I think at best it's a push.
Yeah, but I do admire Dabo for, loosening his stance on, the way he was doing his coaching staff.
That's right.
Garrett Riley.
Went out and hired the hottest assistant available.
Yeah, but I don't know how much of that was Garrett Riley and how much of that was Duggan at quarterback just making plays. We'll find out. We'll find out.
4th down.
Boy, it was a light slate of birthdays today.
That bad, huh?
Oh, my gosh. Dig through it. I had to go to professions. So I go through like the 40 top celebs, at least on this site.
Now you went professions?
I had to go professions.
So we got the top accountant, the top CPA?
Patrick Willis, 38 today.
Former NFL player. Okay.
Former linebacker.
Former Ole Miss.
Yep.
Another Ole Miss guy, A.J. Brown, now with the Eagles. Ultimately better career, A.J. Brown or Patrick Willis?
Well, this is disappointing, I got to tell you.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to say Patrick Willis, at one point best linebacker in the NFL.
We talk about the abbreviated career because he was hurt his last 2 years, but he played 8 years in the league. I mean, that's pretty decent run.
What ran him out? Was it back injury? L7?
I forgot. I read this morning, but it was so early this morning when I read it.
L7.
You got Ukrainian President Zelensky. You got Alicia Keys.
You left out Zelensky.
I didn't see Alicia Keys.
Oh, let's do that one. Zelensky or Alicia Keys? Better career.
Oh, Alicia Keys.
She's 41. He's 44.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he's done like bad TV over there.
Who, Zelensky?
Yeah.
Well, he's also a prime minister of a prominent.
Yeah, he sat down with David Letterman.
Yeah, Zelensky. I mean, he's leading a war.
This is 15 minutes.
I think I'd go Zelensky. Would you go Alicia Keys or Zelensky?
I would go Alicia Keys.
Have you ever seen her play the piano?
Yeah.
I have, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, Alicia Keys has never asked for 100 German-built tanks.
That is true. That is so
Hey, and
true.
she was actually an assassin in a movie. Did you guys ever see?
I remember that.
Something Aces.
Yeah.
Smoking Aces.
Lunsford says Zelensky needs at least another war to catch up.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yep.
Well, this was not even over yet, Lunsford. You know how this one ends.
I mean, let's go Grammys to wars.
Alicia Keys, how many Grammys, Rockstar?
I would say she's won 6 Grammys.
I'll say she's
I'll go
won
3.
I'll go 10.
She had won 10.
10. I'll take higher than 6.
I think it's 3. I remember she had one of the Grammys. She was, I think she won the most at one.
Holy
Grammys.
hell, she's been nominated 30 times, won 15.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to go Alicia Keys easy. over
Don't even
Zelensky.
act like you know anything about it.
No, I do. Rockstar just told me it's
I'm not
easy.
talking
Alicia
to you.
Keys.
I'm talking to him.
She wins half the time, and she's been nominated 30 times.
I know. That's incredible.
There's a lot of awards we don't see when the Grammys are actually on TV, that I would imagine.
They run it by real quick.
And
Best reggae trio.
And voting done earlier today.
Best at only using the white keys on a piano. The Grammy goes to Alicia Keys. That is 4 Downs, brought to you by the four great locations of Vulcan Tires.
4 locations of Vulcan Tire and Automotive, including the newest in Pell City. Anything you need, bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle. Locally owned and operated, fantastic guys. Make sure you get in and see them today.
One more segment to go before we're done here, right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com. Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
They're chasing rings in the NFL this weekend, AFC, NFC Championship. Don't you go chasing a ring when you're looking for the diamond. Make sure you get it from Bromberg's.
Yeah, Bromberg's, they are your diamond specialist. Again, Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. A couple of great locations. There's one in Mountain Brook. There's one at the Summit. And Bromberg's is thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris founded back in the Swiss town of Holstein in 1984. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. Mechanical watch is a thing of beauty designed according to the principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. To view them, go online, brombergs.com/watches/Oris, or just stop by the Summit location. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you.
Our friends at Bromberg's there, we appreciate them so much. Nick Sirianni on quarterback Jalen Hurts going into the home game for the championship against the 49ers.
With Jalen Hurts going into this game, 24 years old, an NFC Championship game, that will be a lot for most young players, but it doesn't seem that way for him. Where's your confidence level in his ability and his poise in this moment?
Yeah, no man suddenly becomes different than his cherished thoughts and habits, and that's something that's a line Frank Reich used to always say to me. That Jalen, just because the moment's big doesn't mean, what he means by that is just because the moment's big doesn't mean he's going to all of a sudden change who he's been for the past 3 years that he's been in Philadelphia, right? That's obviously a really important trait to have as your leader, as your quarterback, somebody that doesn't ride the waves of the season, doesn't ride the waves of a game. He stays steady and is truly in the moment of the next play.
And I've heard Sirianni say this about Jalen before. He does seem to have become a calming influence now that he's gotten older in that locker room and in that franchise for the entire team.
I've never seen the guy flustered. I mean, you go back to when
you go to Alabama Clemson in Tampa when they had nothing working and he had to go out there and make that drive to put them ahead. They end up losing, but he drove it down the field and put them in the lead.
Well, I was going to bring up who was the kid that started against USC?
Blake Barnett.
And he comes in for Blake Barnett, and you could see immediately this is the better quarterback.
Even when he fumbled, he bounced back.
A true freshman was able to do that. He's played in much bigger crowds than he will play in. And by the way, he's playing in front of fan-friendly Philadelphia.
Is it really?
Well, if it's going well,
they love him right now.
It's going well.
There's not going to be a moment too big for this kid. For Brock Purdy on the other side, that does scare me if you're a San Francisco 49er fan.
More overrated food than the Philly cheesesteak?
I don't like it. I don't like the texture of it.
I'm not a fan. I don't like all the peppers and onions either.
But I like the peppers and onions. I got the Philly chicken cheesesteak last Saturday.
Yeah.
That's really good. A lot of mayonnaise on it with the peppers.
Maybe if I ever have a real one in Philadelphia, I'll feel differently about a cheesesteak, but I've never been a big fan.
The only time I went to Philadelphia, I forgot to get one until we were at the airport, and I got a shitty cheesesteak at the airport.
Is that what the sign said?
That's what it said.
That'll be $8.95.
That's our show today. We're back with you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.